Yes, we're requesting I got the loud microphone. We're requesting an executive session to discuss the matter of Ronald Crum versus Wakulla County. Right now.
Move to adjourn the meeting.
Presently, we're out of executive session, and we're about to get back into our, in a moment. We're into the general session now, and we would now be taking a recess until 5 p.m. This is a regularly scheduled public meeting of the Wakulla County Board of County Commissioners. Actually, this meeting started at 4 p.m. and we had a meeting with our attorneys that was privileged, and now we had taken a recess, and now we're calling the meeting back to order after that recess. At this time, I'd like you to rise, please. Let us bow our heads. Father, we thank you for this meeting. We thank you for bringing us safely here. We ask that you be with us as we negotiate, as we debate, as we discuss the business of Wakulla County. Ask that you continue to bless our county. Give us the blessings that you see that we need. These and other blessings we ask in your name. Amen. Amen. Please join me in the pledge. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. First order of business will be the approval of the agenda. If you have a cell phone, if you would please try to stagger it so they don't all go off at the same time. We like a continuous ringing sound. It would be helpful. So if you could, please turn them off now. First order of business is are there any additions? Yes, Commissioner Otts.
Mr. Chairman, I have one announcement I would like to add to awards and presentations.
Commissioner Green? None. Okay, I have another on awards and presentations. Erica Moss is going to be speaking about coastal cleanup. That's scheduled for next weekend.
Presentations.
Sure.
Mr. Chairman, I'd note that item 17, which was on the consent agenda, has been requested to be pulled by staff. It'll be brought back at a future date. Under county attorney items, I have one other discussion item concerning the solid waste workshop that's currently scheduled for October 7th, and whether we still want to continue with that. And then I'd like to make an announcement about the hardship program for the fire assessment.
Okay, let's go through those quickly so I can put them where they belong. So these under your item? Under your item?
Under my items, it's solid waste workshop. I'm going to seek board clarification on whether we still go with that. Item 17 on consent will be brought back. And then either the county administrator or myself would just like to make an announcement to the public about the hardship program that was approved by the board.
Will that be under announcements and presentations, or under administrative items, or?
You can put it under my time.
Okay.
Oh, are you going to do that?
I intend to pull items 15 and number 16 from the consent agenda. Okay, any other changes?
One more, Mr. Chairman, I'll be bringing up under my time, just getting a little bit more board direction on negotiations with the USDA and board participation in same regarding the grant loan and where to go from here.
Fine. That's everything? We'd entertain a motion for the approval of the agenda with the said modifications. Motion by Commissioner Stewart.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Green. Is that okay? All right. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It passes unanimously. Our first order of business under public hearings, item 1, is the second public hearing on the fiscal year 2010-2011 final budget. This is the second of 2 required public hearings on the Wakulla County budget for the fiscal year 2010-2011. And if you wish to speak during the public hearing portion of this meeting, please step forward at the appropriate time and make sure you have a Citizens to Speak card filled out. The proposed aggregate millage rate for the Wakulla County is 8.75 mils, which is 5.79% less than the aggregate rolled back millage rate of 9.2875 mils. County Administrator?
Yes, sir. I will now read the tentative, the millage rate rather, into the public record. The proposed Board of County Commissioners of Wakulla County final countywide millage rate is 8.7500 mils, which is 5.79% less than the countywide rolled back millage rate of 9.2875 mils.
Thank you. I'm opening the floor at this time for a motion to begin the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Brock, second by Commissioner Arts. Let's vote on that. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It passes unanimously. At this time, individuals that have turned in speaker cards will be allowed to speak, but first I would like to call upon the constitutional officers. Can I do that? It's not in the script. Okay, to have an opportunity to speak if you so wish. You don't have to. It's just another opportunity for you to speak, or you might also have an opportunity later to speak. Yes.
I appreciate that, and we talked earlier, and you actually indicated that we could do a very short PowerPoint, and I appreciate that also. One of the things that we want to make sure the commissioners realize is that we are a very unique county in terms of law enforcement. We don't have a Tallahassee Police Department. Incidentally, their budget is $48 million. We don't have a Crawfordville Police Department, a city of Sopchoppy, or a city of other city departments. The Sheriff's Office is 100% of what it is. So we're very unique. That makes us very fragile. For example, even though Sheriff Cameron is getting a $1 million increase in his budget, if the county commissioners in Leon decided to cut his budget, he could pass off some of those calls to the city of Tallahassee. We can't do that. Now, I've asked Major Langston, who really is a kind of a field commander, to do some comparisons in the area, to look at other counties, other jurisdictions, and at this time I'll let him come forward and present that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners, for hearing us out tonight. Now, I want to give a short PowerPoint presentation, if you don't mind. As Sheriff Harvey has just said, for fiscal year 2010-2011, TPD, just north of us, has increased their budget by $1.2 million. That was published in the Tallahassee Democrat. Also, Leon County Sheriff's Office has a budget increase of $1 million. So what they're saying to us is that they recognize the importance of funding law enforcement, especially during lean economic times. And as we know, during these times, the crime rate has a tendency to rise. I was telling someone today that our UCR report for the 6 months period, normally we're down 6 to 8% in crime reduction. As it stands for half a year, it's 1%. We're still in the negative, but and we want to stay in the negative, is what I'm saying. We live in a unique county. We live in a beautiful county, and for that reason, as you all know, we experienced population growth that was nearly phenomenal. Our population change since the year of 2000 and 2009 has grown 26%. On the PowerPoint presentation behind me there, you will notice that Wakulla County population has more than doubled, even the closest county in the last 10 years. Why do they come to Wakulla County? Wakulla County is a beautiful place to raise your family. It's a beautiful place to recreate. It's also a beautiful place to have your children educated in one of the finest school systems. And another reason for that is because of public safety in Wakulla County. People can live here and feel safe. Also, our calls for service have increased dramatically. More people, more calls for service. They continue to increase with population growth and are in line this year to reach nearly 100,000 calls for service from the Sheriff's Department alone. Right now, you'll notice that in the year of 2007 is when it all started to change. We had 60,000 calls there, over 60,000 calls. The following year, 2008, we had 65,000 calls. The year of 2009, we had 83,538 calls. And if this trend continues, we look to answer at least 100,000 calls. Most likely we will go over the 100,000 call mark this year. We continue to try and be as effective as we possibly can in answering these calls. Many of our deputies are doing co-assigned communication. If we can answer these calls without having to respond to deputy or to send a patrol car out, then that is certainly a benefit to us. Also, we're looking at a brand new, innovative, and creative program of public safety officers. What a public safety officer is, most people would call them volunteers, but they have certain training and certain certifications and expertise, and so we call them unpaid employees. You call them what you want, they're still going to be volunteers. And so, for instance, every once in a while we'll have a rash of mailbox bashing. Well, one of our deputy sheriffs, if it's 15 mailboxes, has to go out and take 15 separate reports. And that deputy sheriff is going to be out there for 8 hours or 9 hours just taking care of that one complaint. So what we're looking at right now is we're looking at a PSO program, hopefully to kind of reduce some of the calls, and the deputies can focus more on the crime-related calls. If we'll go to the next PowerPoint, please. Sheriff Harvey's already touched on this. I'd just like to recap on it. I want you to notice this PowerPoint. What's so interesting about this PowerPoint is every county, with the exception of Wakulla, has multiple agencies, multiple law enforcement agencies. The national average is 2.5 police officers per 1,000 people. Franklin County has 4.4 police officers per 1,000 people. Gadsden County has 2.4 police officers per 1,000 people. Jefferson County has 2.2. Taylor County has 2.6. Leon has 3.0. And Wakulla County is 2.0. Again, I want to remind you that the national average is 2.5 police officers per 1,000 persons population. So we are actually below the national average. As we go to the next one. This is an important one to all of us. This is per capita cost of law enforcement in the Big Bend. Remember, all of the counties in the Big Bend have police departments. So what is law enforcement going to cost the citizen a year? You'll notice in Franklin County it's going to cost $400 per citizen for law enforcement for the year. In Gadsden County it's going to cost $178. And we're not real sure about those numbers. We think that there's maybe something a little bit suspect on those numbers. Jefferson County, 2 law enforcement agencies there, it's going to cost the citizen $271 for law enforcement. Taylor County, 2 law enforcement agencies there, $246. And then Leon County, they have 5 different law enforcement agencies there at a cost of $353 a year to the citizen. You'll notice that Wakulla County, with our population of 31,089, we have a cost of $182 per year to the citizen. And here's what makes us unique from other county agencies. The normal work year versus the law enforcement work year. Sheriff's deputies and correctional officers must be funded 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Normal business days for most other county agencies is that of 8 hours today. And you'll notice 8 hours a day, and you'll notice that the chart here, for the normal budget work day, 230 normal budget work days out of the year. That gives them 862 working days that they are off. For the law enforcement work day out of the year, we work 1,092 work days, 3/8 around the clock, 365 days a year. And so whenever you think about a work day relating to law enforcement, and you think about a work day to a normal 8 to 5 agency, it is quite different. I want you to notice the countywide budget pie sheet that was developed. The school board takes up 55, the county budget takes up 38, the sheriff's office and jail takes up 10 million, which is 10% of the entire overall pie. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any other presenters from the Sheriff's Constitutional Office?
Dr. Kessler, I do have one more, and I missed it. I didn't realize it till I turned around. May I?
Sure.
Thank you kindly. Also, we've done a salary comparison to the other agencies, and so let's start with corrections. Our correctional salaries base is $29,000. The entrance salary for the Department of Corrections at WCI is $30,808. Now we're getting into the highest paid. And whenever I talk about Wakulla County, I'm going to refer to the highest paid. And whenever I go to Wakulla CI, I'm going to talk about their entry level. Our highest paid and their entry level, so keep that in mind. Our highest paid sergeant is $45,600. Their entry level is $42,656. The lieutenant, our highest paid lieutenant in corrections, is $45,200. Their entry level at the rate of lieutenant is $46,337. As a captain, the highest paid captain of the Wakulla County Sheriff's Office is $56,221, and the entry level at WCI is $56,842. The major, the highest paid major, $71,437. Their entry level major makes $76,543. I'd like to move on to the law enforcement chart now, if I could, please. The entry rate for a deputy sheriff is $30,000 in Wakulla County. The entry rate for FWC, which is a game officer, is $33,500. The entry rate for Florida Highway Patrolman is $33,977. Now we get back down to the highest paid and then the entry levels of the other two agencies. Our highest paid sergeant is $42,417. FWC does not have a sergeant assigned to Wakulla County right now. However, if you look over in the far right-hand corner, as far as the highway patrol goes, what happens is they put in a number of years, a minimum of 5 years experience. And so what they get in regular increases, on top of that, whenever they make sergeant, they bump them up an additional 15% on top of that. Our lieutenants, our highest paid lieutenant is $53,627. The entry-level lieutenant for GFC is $45,000. The minimum entry rate level for a lieutenant with the Florida Highway Patrol is $56,521. Our highest paid captain is $66,447. The entry level for a captain with the game and fish is that of $78,000, and for the Highway Patrol, $70,432. Our highest paid major makes $79,039. The entry level for a major in GFC is $85,000. The entry level for a Highway Patrol major is $86,219. The last category is for that of lieutenant colonel, which would be the same thing as a chief. Our highest paid is $87,250. The entry level for a lieutenant colonel in the Game and Fish Commission is $105,000. The entry level for a lieutenant colonel in the Highway Patrol is $120,225. Again, I want to thank you for hearing us out and for us to be able to provide you this information and provide these comparisons for you.
Okay, please stay there. Jessica, can you keep that PowerPoint going that we just went through? Are there any questions for this constitutional office? Okay, I do. I'd like you to go to that pie chart, please.
The pie chart?
Yes, please.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. And there's some kind of saying about you can make statistics do certain things or whatever. This is very misleading, and so is some of the other stuff that was presented. I'm sorry to say. When we show the countywide budget and then say that your cost is 10%, what really should be is that school board is a separate entity. It has nothing to do with the county, Wakulla County Commission, Board of County Commissioners budget. If you take the Wakulla County Commission budget and then take a look at what piece the sheriff office has of that budget, it's a lot different, isn't it?
It is a lot different, but it's not a lot different for the people who are paying this money, the taxpayers who are paying this money. And if you break it down correctly for the taxpayer, that's how it will be broken down.
Well, all of the sheriff's funding comes from us.
That is correct.
Okay, and that's what we have to be concerned with, and that's who we have to be responsible to the sheriffs, to the citizens, and to the law enforcement officers. The other comment I'll make, when you compare things to Florida Highway Patrol and such like that, I really think that you're dealing with totally different funding sources. We are a fiscally constrained county. To go and put us up to agencies like that, there's no way that we can compete with them. And even in a lot of other areas, our wages here are lower because people want to live here and they're willing to sacrifice part of that wage.
Yes, sir, and I think that while you're bringing that out, and that's a point well taken, I think I should also point out that GFC, or the Florida Highway Patrol, doesn't make house calls, and that we are the only law enforcement agency in Wakulla County that still makes house calls.
Well, and I appreciate that, and so does all the citizens. Commissioner Brown, did you say something? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioners. Appreciate it.
Any other constitution want to speak at this point in time?
I'm going to disappoint y'all because I don't have a PowerPoint.
We have some extras.
I think that, I've stated where I feel my office is and whatnot, but I've kind of become the, spokesman for the employees. I want to make sure where we are on the health care for them. hadn't heard it stated. I guess as you get into it, I'll have a chance maybe to come back, but, you know, we're not asking you to give them anything, just don't take anything from them, because they struggle with what they make, and to take a little from them is a lot, really. And I just appreciate it if y'all could bear that in mind.
Thank you. Any of the constitutionals speak at this time?
Thank you. I don't have any changes to my budget. As I stated before, it's pretty much the same. I did drop it, the 4.5. It still stands to reason that even though we increased it, it looks like to 15, we're going to make 44 from driver's license. In fact, it's going to be a little higher. And also to remind you that I'm going to turn back in the $22,000 on the MSBU. So a little extra money for you. But otherwise, we're happy as long as the same thing as a property appraiser if we can take care of our employees.
Thank you. Constitutional officers, additional comments? Okay, the citizens to speak cards, please.
Did you want to hear from department heads again, or no?
No. Thank you. Well, I might. I think we'll have time to call them up during when we're dealing with it. Ms. Virginia Brock.
Virginia Brock, 311 Old Magnolia Road. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. I was interested in the comparisons between the sheriff's deputies, GFC officers, and Highway Patrol. I know the wildlife officers with the Fish and Wildlife Commission who don't make very much money either. Maybe it looks like a little more, but these guys, almost every person they have to encounter with their law enforcement jobs also has a gun. That makes that a really big job and probably a little more scary.
Thank you. Randall Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner, for allowing me to speak. You spoke earlier, and you said that we make a sacrifice when we come to live here in Wakulla County and work for Wakulla County. I sent emails out to each and every one of you labeling those sacrifices. Thank you for emailing me back, Ms. Arts. What you don't realize is the figures on the board only give base salaries. Every agency, with the exception of Wakulla County, has a lot of overtime. Those agencies also have off-duty details. We have an officer who became a deputy. He worked for FSU. His retirement will be based on $65,000, more than what I make as a captain, responsible for over 60 people. That's a little bit ridiculous. We've made sacrifices, and I hope you understand it. I grew up in Wakulla County. I work for Wakulla County, and I enjoy Wakulla County. But I gave up more than half of my retirement as a law enforcement officer to serve you. We just want a little bit of understanding, a little bit of help here with our budget to keep us serving the people of Wakulla County. It's not only the base figures that make it out. It's what we lose over the long stretch. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. James Sesser.
Thank you, Commissioners. Ms. Arts, thank you for responding to my email. I'd like to come up here and reiterate what Captain Taylor said. I also would like to make known that we are the ones out there that are making the sacrifices all night long, leaving our families, our loved ones, to protect the citizens of this county, and yes, you Commissioners also. We would like a little consideration in deciding our budget this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Carol Ann Williams. Followed by Bruce Ashley, followed by Dale Evans.
Thank
you, Honorable Commissioners, for allowing me to speak to you. My name is Carol Ann Williams, and I live at 170 Duncan Drive. I've lived here mostly on, a little bit off. I was away for 10 years, but I've lived here for 30 or 40 years. And in that time, I've seen a huge growth, and I would like to ask you to please maintain the budget that the Sheriff's Department needs. They have a tremendous amount of training. I depend on them to show up when I need them, and they always have. When we have people trying to grab kids at the rec park, and we have a substantial amount of sexual offenders in the county, and we have a lot of traffic problems, and I would like to please beg you to maintain the department with enough deputies to protect us. Thank you.
Thank you. Bruce Ashley?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. And I look back here. This is really not about. It's not about budget. It is about public safety. It is about the safety of all of us, our families, our children. I've only lived in this county less than a decade. I've only worked with the Sheriff's Office a couple of years. I come from a long background that tells me we're pretty austere when it comes to using the people who have dedicated their life, and most all of these people are here because they have a passion to do what they're doing. Like everybody else with a profession in this room, they chose this path. They didn't choose it to get rich. They didn't choose it to make a big old fat retirement, because there's not a big fat one at the end of the rainbow for us. It is about the work. It is about serving people. It is about helping people. That's what this profession is about. We're not overpaid. We're not paid higher than the salaries of competing agencies in other counties. We're certainly not. My salary is what I made in the 1980s in another agency. So I know we're not overpaid. I know we wrestle with 2 people getting sick and covering this county and caring about getting to the people in this county within 3 to 7 minutes per call, with 3 to 5 people to cover 640 square miles. It is about the passion and keeping people safe, which is what everybody that represents this star in the room is dedicated to doing. And we understand it's very difficult time in county budgets. It is also very difficult in the state budgets. And a lot of us have seen no raises, and a lot of people here are expecting no raises for many years. But we're just asking to hold the status quo to keep our families and all of the families of Wakulla safe, and continue to do what we love to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. Earlier, I sent emails out just basically describing what we were looking for. In the email, I said we're not looking for a raise. People talk about a recession. I've been in one for most of my life, so I'm kind of used to it by now. But we're just wanting the budget to maintain so we can keep what we got. There's a lot of fine individuals we work with, and I'd hate to know that tomorrow one of them might not be here to work with. So would you take that into consideration?
And for the record, can you state your name? State your name, please.
Dale Evans.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Robert Giddens, sorry. Followed by Erica Four.
Commissioners, thank you for letting me speak today. I've lived here for approximately 6 years. I've started my career at the Wakulla County Sheriff's Office. Started in the jail, worked under Major Miller, and then moved my way up as a detective. Now I work for Major Langston. This is a really safe county. You really don't know the calls that we respond to and the horrific things that we see. We have qualified people, good training, and we try to make ends meet with the little bit of money that we have. All we're saying is just please don't change our budget. We need as many people as we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Scott Rojas, followed by Billy Berry.
Hi,
Hi, good evening. Thank you so much for your time. My name is Erica Four, and I am a detective in the Investigations Division at the Wakulla County Sheriff's Office. I currently specialize in internet crimes against children and persons crimes, along with sex offender tracking and notifications. Our county currently has 120 sexual offenders and 4 sexual predators. My job takes care of the kids in our county, and as a mom, that's important. So I hope that you take that into consideration and know that we're working to keep our kids safe. So thank you.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Billy Berry. I'm the senior chaplain at Wakulla County Jail. I volunteered for about 25 years, and I couldn't figure out why the sheriff called me senior until I realized how old I was, and that's the reason he calls me senior chaplain. But you know, when I hear these people talk, we're talking about budget for the sheriff department, but it's not about the budget. It's about people. I ride with these people. I talk with these people. I'm there for these people. And the other night, I rode with a lady with 3 children. She told me, she says, I work 3 jobs just to meet my needs. 3 jobs. And I said, and she told me, she said, one of the jobs was when I get off work, I go down and build hamburgers, make hamburgers down in one of the little hamburger places. And without thinking, I said, you can make more money as a manager at that hamburger place. She said, yes, but that's not why I do this job. I do this job because I was called in my heart to do this job. You know, we think 5%, a few percent's not going to matter. But when you ride with these people and you talk with these people, or you in the jail and you're talking to the officers there, and they're telling you how they're trying to find a home to live in because they can't afford anything, and so they're looking at a $75,000 or $100,000 home. We all know that that's not a real home. That's a shack someplace. But that's what they're looking at. We're not talking about a budget here. We're talking about people, real people. And of course my heart goes out to them because I love them. And I've had to be there with them. I've been to the hospitals with them. I've been there with them when they were sick. It's got to the point now, I told somebody the other day that it doesn't do me much good to ride with some of them because they're on the phone continuously. I love to talk with them. But I rode with a lieutenant the other day. I said, take me back to the jail. He said, why? I said, all you do is stay on the phone all the time. You can't talk. And so, think about that. Mr. Green, think about that. We're not talking about a budget. We're talking about people. Thank y'all.
Thank you. Please state your name.
Scott Rojas. Got a little out of order there, but good evening, commissioners. I'm Scott Rojas. I'm the resource officer, one of the resource officers at the high school, and I just wanted to take a chance this evening to explain to you the importance of having good, seasoned officers with experience as compared to unseasoned officers. Every major crime that we work, every big crime, it's headed up by a supervisor who organizes and makes sure that everything runs smoothly. And without them doing that, you'd have a lot of young people that are going to be good supervisors one day, but they don't have the experience yet to be able to head up a major scene, a series of burglaries. It takes organization, and there's no way for them to learn without learning from people who've been there and done that. We have a good balance. We have good supervisors. We have some young people, and these are going to be the ones, the young people are going to be the ones that once these seasoned veteran officers retire, they're going to be the ones that are keeping this county safe. They're going to be the ones solving crimes, and without them learning properly how to do things the right way, it's going to be a mess down the road. We have to have supervisors, and we have to have these young people learning how to be supervisors one day. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Randy Denker? This is the budget hearing. What would that be? No, it has nothing to do with the budget.
What topic did you want to speak on?
Well, that's what we're doing right now, citizens to be heard.
I think she wants
Well, no, I'm sorry, on the citizens to be heard. You have a group of speaker cards that I'd received a request on. That cannot be done under citizens to be heard.
Okay, I was under the opinion that I had 9 minutes.
You do. This is relating to anything relating to the budget. Then this is not the approach.
Is it related to the millage or the taxes or fees?
No, I'm here at 30 and 39
Okay, so citizens to be heard.
Yeah, but this, I'll speak to you during a break or something. All right. Daniel Deal, Chuck Deal, and Catherine Deal.
Good evening, Commissioners. I am Lieutenant Daniel Deal with the Wakulla County Sheriff's Office, and I just respectfully request that you support our budget, which in turn supports me, which in turn supports my children. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Catherine Deal. I'm Danny's wife. I've been at the Sheriff's Office for just less than 2 years. I'm currently assigned into the detention facility. Prior to that, I was over accreditation for the detention facility and ICE. But we all have to wear many hats, so now I'm where I'm at, doing the best I can. I hope that you consider not cutting any funding, because as it is in the detention facility, we are on tight manpower as it is. If anybody is to get ill or have to take time off for any reason, it is near impossible to function. So I hope you consider fully funding this budget. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Chuck Dill, Jr. I grew up in this county. I once attended the high school when it was just down the street. I once worked for the Sheriff's Department when it was nothing but a 10-man agency. Times change. Departments change. The county changes. You've got to have growth with that. You've got to have the budget for the Sheriff's Department to maintain this growth. I respectfully request that you give us the budget that we need. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Fred Nichols, second.
Commissioners, thank you for letting me speak. I'm going to come up here on a different level. My job at the Sheriff's Office is the training of all these individuals that have come up and talked with you. And, you know, with that being said, obviously it requires money. The training for each one of these guys is very strenuous, high liability. They're shooting firearms, they're driving cars fast. All of that stuff requires training and requires our budget. You know, there's nothing worse than even thinking about one of us losing an officer. Well, the less officers we have, the more liability there is for them. You know, I just hope y'all understand that, and we hope you support our budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. W.D. Lansford. Followed by Mr. Charles Ballard.
Thank you, Commissioners. I'm going to take a little different tack. I'm going to look at the entire budget, which is on the website. And on page 2, some pretty interesting information. It goes from 2000 to 2011. We had a slight increase for the first couple of those years. Then it leveled out at about $27 to $31,000, $1 million, excuse me. Then, Mr. Penbury came on board. Well, it jumped up. The next year,
the charter government came on board. And it really jumped up. We had a $5.4 million increase from the time the year before the Pingree administration. We had a $7.1 million increase in the budget after the charter was brought on board. Then we leveled out a little bit, 2.6, 2.5, and then this year, $6.8 million increase. Income is down, jobs are hard to come by, and yet during the 4 years of the Pingree administration, we've had a $19 million increase. My problem with this is that the $6.8 million between last year and this year, I haven't really heard why. Where's it coming from? What's going on? How come all of a sudden we got $6.8 million and a couple of years before that it was 2.5? I'm sorry, folks. I heard the police talk up here, and I can't really fault them for getting up here and talking. But look at the overall budget. You spend more than what you've got, you're courting disaster. It doesn't make any difference if I do that or the county does it. We're $1 million in the hole from last year, if I'm not mistaken. You had to borrow from the emergency fund. And this year, it looks like we're headed in the same direction. Thank you.
Thank you.
I suppose that direction is throughout the country, so we're not surprised at that. But there's a couple of things that I would like to share with you. I listened to the statistics. I've lived in Wakulla County all my life, my family was raised before me. I have had the opportunity to be able to go to different places in my travels. I have been in places where I've been told, if you start hearing machine gun shooting, get on the floor. I've heard the helicopters go over in a place called the Bronx and crossed over the river into Manhattan to see the glass windows and people walk down the street arm in arm with husband and wife with tin jigs and barbed wire to keep people out over in the Bronx. So there's a difference. You feel a whole lot of difference. I have felt comfortable in Wakulla County all my life. As I heard the statistics, we have increased very much so. I don't know what kind of money you're talking about as far as cutting or holding to or whatever. But there's two jobs that I knew in life I never did really want to do. I didn't want to shingle houses, especially in the summertime, and I didn't want to pin rebar down, back-breaking jobs. But there's two I really wouldn't want to have now. One of them would be a school teacher, but probably about as dangerous as you could be, and a law officer. I heard the comment, but see, I have been once upon a time on the other side in the drug field, and I know personally that these men face some things that other people don't just because a man's out hunting. He's not looking for a man, but if you break in on a man and him with drugs, and that's what we've got an infestation of, and I know that for a fact. I don't have to have no statistics on it. I just know that for a fact. I would hate for one of these men or to be cut short to run in on something because I know what they will do. If you have children, mine's already raised, but if you have children, I would ask you really to consider this for your children's sake, because statistics will tell you anytime you let down the evil and the people that are evil and seducing others are waxing worse and worse now. We've got a plague of it. And don't think they're going to let down if they think we have let down in our county to not back. Our armed forces should be back to highest. Our educational system should be back to highest above anything else in county or whatever, because this is what we're concerned with today. I don't know what everybody else has got. I just want to say, I don't know if they're asking for more, but they ought to be to top. They ought to be top. Because I wouldn't stick my head in a car expecting it to get blowed off, and you can have it done, and that's what these people face whenever they're out there. I have a little story. I won't be long with it, but it's in the marriage counselor book that I have, and it talks about an old man that was up in the top of a mountain, and he kept the rivers and streams clean, and he drawed a little bit off the budget. But some people got to looking at the budget and said, what does that old man do up there? And they said, well, we don't know. We don't never see him. They said, well, cut him from the budget. They cut him from the budget. The next year, the water in the town began to be tainted. Some of the people began to be sick. The next year, people started dying. They called some people in and said, what's wrong? They said, the water is polluted. They said, what's happened? Something's happened up yonder in the mountainside. The old man's budget was cut. He was no longer working. So this won't have an effect tomorrow or the next day, but we will feel an effect of it down the road. Believe you me, I ask you, if you don't increase it, at least keep it where it's at, where they don't have to cut, and we will be at jeopardy with our children.
Thank you very much. Mr. Larry Roberts.
Stop shopping. I had a presentation here, and I was going to talk about other things in the sheriff's department, but after this, I'm doing things on the fly. Basically, what I was going to talk about is the need for you to have a reserve. I was going to talk a little bit about the solid waste. You had a public hearing back on the 9th, and a lot of people came to speak to that. And I think they were representative of the different population of Wakulla County. And that group stood for no tax increases. And a lot of those people told you some sad stories, really sad stories. These are taxpayers. One gentleman that talked to you earlier said, give us the budget that we need. Yes, give them the budget they need, not necessarily what they want. And one gentleman kept saying, these people I'm concerned about is the general citizen of Wakulla County, not necessarily the people in green. I realize that the property appraiser's budget is sort of dictated by the state, I think, so that's pretty well untouchable. But other budgets need to be looked at. You just can't give everybody what they want. You don't have that money. Two places I think the budget is bloated is the county administrator's budget and the sheriff's department. Both of those is not necessarily the pay that the deputy out there in the field gets, or the clerk behind the desk. It's the hierarchy, not necessarily what they get paid either. It's more how many are there. The number of majors that you have, captains, lieutenants, do they really need that? You can cut the sheriff's budget and let the sheriff decide whether he wants to keep all those majors or he wants to keep the deputy in the field. It's not a disaster if you cut their budget. He'll make do. Public relations in the sheriff's department. You have 3 majors and 1 civilian there that from outward appearances, what they do is public relations. I don't think they need those. There are other places in the sheriff's budgets I think could be done without. Victims advocates, for example. Those were hired because their husbands were on the commission at that time. Remember those people that you heard the other night, please. And remember they're the ones that has to cough up the money that you force them to cough up. And there was one other point, but I forget what it is at this moment. Don't be intimidated by the people with guns out here in the audience. You have to be tough. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not going to do well on this name. Kolchakian.
My name is Maury Kolchakian, 82 Oyster Bay Drive, and I'm very proud to be a citizen of Wakulla County. I've lived in Tallahassee in this area for about 40 years, and my goal in life was to move to Wakulla County because, as was mentioned, it's a beautiful place, and y'all have done a great job of making it beautiful. I am here. I've been fortunate in my career to sort of put together about 30 years in the area of law enforcement. I've worked for local law enforcement. I've worked for the Florida Sheriffs for 11 years. I've worked for state law enforcement and even federal law enforcement. And one of my jobs was always to go tell the Florida legislature that there's always a crush for money. This is a tough time. None of us want to pay more taxes. This is a very tough time, but we've had tough time for a while. And my job was to say, you know, ladies and gentlemen, it's always public safety has to be job one, as much as we love education. And I'm proud that my son just graduated from college. But the thing is, you can't even educate your children if you have carjackings and home invasions. You know, one of my jobs for the sheriffs was to go explain to them that for 13 straight years, Florida had the highest crime rate in America. And some of y'all in this room remember Sheila Porter being taken from the convenience store at Medar. You know, you won't believe what happens in places like Miami and those kind of places that we had to go deal with, and we've been lucky, but it don't just happen accidentally. It's not just an accident that David Harvey is the dean of the sheriffs. He's the longest serving sheriff. In my position working for the sheriffs, I got to see all 67 of them. I got to see several hundred over my years there and since. And the thing is, I can tell you, and there's some good ones out there, good friends of mine, but the bottom line is there's not a better sheriff in the state of Florida than David Harvey. And one of my jobs, and that's not the only reason I moved down here, but I tell you what, the last few weeks, I went to Louisiana for a week, I went to Texas and Oklahoma for a week, that lovely FSU football game out there. When I got back, you know what I was kind of happy about? One, I was coming to Wakulla County, my beautiful place on the coast. What I was really happy about was all my stuff was still there when I came back to Wakulla County. It don't always happen. Your stuff ain't always there. You know, and not to over-dramatize it, but you know, when Hurricane Katrina came through here, we all remember that. You know, I was happy to ride down there, but who was out there not letting people get in there that maybe down there looking for stuff that didn't belong to them? Who was standing there at my road? Wakulla County Sheriff's deputies. So, you know, that's the kind of thing when you really, really need them. And I can tell you because, like I said, in my 30 years working at all different levels of public safety, you know, the thing is, it doesn't just happen by itself. And something else that I've seen, and again, you know, I worked in the Florida legislature, where they're giving out the budget, whether it's a county budget or a state or a federal budget, it's always difficult. So the chairman very aptly pointed out the fact that, you know, they don't have the resources in some places, but the thing is, public safety always has to be job one. Is my time over, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
All right, if I can just close on one note, when I was a lobbyist for the sheriffs, what I had to do is bring sheriffs from all around the state to go get resources for the counties and laws passed. When I took the sheriffs, they would talk about all kinds of issues. When I took David Harvey, I wanted to talk about, I want to talk about Dade County and all the problems in Tampa. You know what David Harvey talked about? Wakulla County. He took me in to see Lawton Childs. What we talked about? Wakulla County. Give us more jail contract beds. That's what David Harvey cared about when we went down there. And you really can't do better than that. So appreciate the time.
Thank you. Mr. Sanders. Followed by Captain Gainey.
Hi, my name is Farrah Sanders. I've worked for the Wakulla County Sheriff's Office for 11 years now. I started when I was 19 years old in dispatch. I've also worked in the jail. I've worked in the Human Resource Division, and I'm currently working in the E911 operations as a database clerk. We're not talking about a budget. We're talking about 10 to 13 people that will be cut out if you cut this budget, that will be fired, that will, their families will have no income coming in from that side. These are hardworking people. You get to know them, they come in, and they become part of your family. We've all, you know, this is my family, and has been for the last 11 years, and now because y'all want to cut the budget, you want to take 10 to 13 members of my family away and make them struggle, make them have to go search for new jobs in different areas. And there's not that many out there anymore. I know I have a sister who has been looking for a job for over 2 years, a real job to support her children. I don't make much money. I can't even tell you the last time I seen a cost of living raise. And I don't have extras. I don't spend a lot of money. These are, what I have is basic. And that's to support me and my child. And there are a lot of times I can't even do it. I have to borrow money from my mother just to live in a house and have food on the table. This is, if anything, it should be increased, just to help somebody out, make the people that are going out there to save your lives want to go out there and save your lives, because they know that their family is taken care of, because they know they may have that when they wake up in the morning they'll have a job the next day. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Dana Peck.
My name's Dana Peck at 2481 Surf Road. As a person who's been a victim of Wakulla County crime, a terrorizing crime, I know firsthand how wonderful it is to see a deputy when you're screaming your head off for help. So when I saw an email today that the sheriff was going to cut deputies from his budget because you commissioners were looking for ways to help struggling families not pay high property taxes, I was very alarmed. In fact, I might have even broken the speed limit getting here to talk at this meeting. But after I thought about this, I said to myself, what kind of poppycock is this? No committed law enforcement chief says I'm going to get rid of deputies first at the threat of a budget cut. You look for ways to slice your budget. And if this law enforcement chief is incapable of looking at the budget and finding 60 ways to slice it, you could get a citizens committee to find 60 ways to slice this budget. I would volunteer to be on that slicing committee, because I bet I could cut it down to where not only the deputies stayed on the front line of crime, but the deputies got the raises they so richly deserve and do not get. For example, if I were to cut the sheriff's budget, there are 12 high-ranking officials, captains, I believe, in the sheriff's department. That's more than Leon County. And let's remember, they have 300,000 people, and this county stretches it to have 30,000 people. I would take certified deputies off the dispatch desk, where other people could serve, and put them on the line where they should be. I would give back the fancy damn Stetson caps at $100 a pop that are being bought, and save that money instead of taking a deputy off the line. I would lower the salary of a $50,000 secretary. That could get almost 2 starting deputies right there. And if you lowered the salary of a dog catcher, you could almost get 2 more deputies' salaries there. In addition to that, let me see. I would not put fancy stripes on all the cars all at once. I would wait until they went off the line, and as the new ones came on to save money, I'd put the fancy stripes on then, one by one, rather than one expensive sweep. If things got really, really bad, there is a rainy day fund, and it's my understanding there's $1 million in this rainy day fund. No one in this county, I could imagine, would object if it came to laying off deputies to make sure that the deputies stayed in their cars patrolling this county and dipping into the rainy day fund. And if the sheriff is truly committed, he could give up one of his 2 state incomes, his retirement salary of $7,700 a month and his sheriff's salary, to keep deputies on the line for the sake of struggling families in this county who are looking for money to pay for the property taxes you're trying to lower.
Thank you. Department heads, county department heads, any department heads want to speak at this time? That ends the citizen input.
Scott McDermott.
I was called earlier on.
I'm sorry. Okay.
My name is Captain McGaney with the Sheriff's Office. I just want to clarify some things that were said earlier. I'm out in the trenches with these people every day, and just to give you a little insight on what we do. These people out here have written a blank check for 20 years for their life, okay? There's not one out here that wouldn't dart in front of a bullet for you, Mr. Roberts, any children out here. We're sworn to do that. If there's a bad call, we respond. And I'm out there with these people every day. As far as like budgetary concerns, as a captain, I do all the inventory for road patrol right now. I count for every paperclip. Things are in my office, they have to come to me to get them. That's how we count for our budget right now. And I wanted to clarify some other things here. The victim witness that Mr. Roberts was talking about, that's not paid by the Sheriff's Department or the taxpayers, it's paid by a grant, federal grant. Doesn't come out of any of the budget. We have 4 captains on road patrol right now. These captains work 24/7 all the time, 365 days a week. We're out with the troops. When there's big decisions to be made, it rests on us. If we have to give orders to shoot someone, that rests on us, okay? We don't take that lightly. That's why we're out there. Major Langston, I heard somebody say something about that a while ago. He's on call 24/7. When I'm out in the field at 2 o'clock in the morning, we have a death, he comes out from the house and directs the scene. Major Miller, I've worked with Major Miller. I've worked in every section of the Sheriff's Department. All of our captains are cross-trained. If something goes bad in the jail, one of us can step in and take over. I've had other people at other Sheriff's Departments say, what are you doing working the road? We don't work the road in our department. I was like, we don't have that luxury. We're out with our troops. If I'm out, that knocks us down to 4. And you don't know the tension in the office when we get a call, child missing, shots fired. These people have to put their life on the line, and I'm right there with them. And what worries me in the office, if we don't have enough people, I've worked at other sheriff's offices, I've worked at DOC, and nothing against what this lady said over here, but a deputy sheriff works every call, every major felony call from A to Z. We have FHP calling us for help. We have Game and Fish calling us for help, FWC. They do not know how to work major crimes like we do. We work crime scenes that are horrific. Nobody else wants to work them. We go in and we work them. And I have one other thing. And Mr. Roberts, he can say what he wants to. Okay? We have been out to his house. We know he doesn't like us that much. Every mailbox has been shot down, run over, stomped, pulled up. We have been out there to take a report on. That's the way we are. We don't hold nothing personal. We do our job. We're sworn by the Constitution, and we'll be there if you need us. I just don't want anybody to have to look out to a mom or dad and say, well, the reason your child, is gone or shot. We have enough law enforcement officers. That's my major concern. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Mr. McDermott?
I wasn't planning on speaking, but our EMS director, Fran, was here for a little while. She had surgery last week, and she left me a note. I do want to reiterate one thing the sheriff said. We are very blessed to have one single law enforcement agency, one EMS agency, one fire agency in this county. We have one PSAP, Public Safety Answering Point. There are, one of the challenges that our neighboring counties have are many, many levels that they have to work through to get what's needed. Here you go to one place. And we run the calls with them, and they have my tremendous support, and we're glad to have you on those calls with us. But in Ms. Fran's note, she asked if there's a chance to please talk on the behalf of her folks, how hard they've worked to save money. Our call volume has increased. The budget has not. How hard they have worked to improve their skills and the training that we're carrying, that we do individually. And also how when the call volume goes up and peaks, that people will come in from the home, whether it's command or line staff. They're here 24/7, they carry their radios, and they have a commitment to our county that's not seen in a lot of professions, and it's something that you have that is to be very, very proud of. So I wanted to say that on Ms. Fran's behalf. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Commissioners. I too did not plan on saying anything, but I wish I had brought comparison charts of some of how the public services compared to those in other counties. In Leon County, for example, we're virtually a fraction of everything that you would take in the measures of staffing, per capita funding, the number of books on the shelf. I think their library director starts at a salary that is significantly more than I'm making after having been here 25 years. But I'm not complaining. We do this because we love it. And where we excel at the library is in our use statistics. And we have people come to us from Leon County that say, you all have got such good services down here. We find the books that we want here. We can't find them in our library. I wish Leon County had a summer reading program like the program that's offered at Wakulla County Library. So throughout all of our departments, we're trying to do more with less. Unlike public safety, the sheriff's office, we realize we're really a discretionary part of your budget. But our staff, I think, in all areas, tries to give the taxpayer a lot of bang for what little buck goes our way. Our probation department, which is in public services, has reduced their staff by 25% since last year. The Parks and Rec department is trying to respond to increased demand for all of their sports activities with higher fees, which means reduced schedules, and it limits access to some of the people who can't afford the fees. The airport's losing part-time position in the next year, and that's going to be challenging to me to try to maintain the grant projects that we have going down there and that we desire to have in the future. So throughout all of our departments, we're trying to do more with less. I encourage citizens who might be watching this telecast, please support the groups that are supporting these agencies, the 4-H groups that work at the Extension Office with Sherry Kraft, the Wakulla Recreation Association at the rec park, the Friends of the Library at the library. We're going to try to meet the challenge of these reduced budgets with as good or better services than we've provided in the past, so I thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I did plan on speaking. I was hoping I wasn't going to have to, but I just want to bring up a couple of little points. Parks and Recreation has taken a 14% cut again this year. Okay, the only thing I've got in question, though, and these people have presented points way beyond the struggle, the decisions you got to make is difficult. But when the OPS position comes up, and I bring it up whenever we've been challenged every year to have our programs pay for themselves, to have our expenses pay for themselves. When you have an OPS position that collects revenue almost 2.5 times what it brings in, and you're going to cut the position, it's almost like you're cutting off your nose to spite your face. I've said already that we don't mind, we'll take the cut, but I just want to understand, I don't know how those revenues are going to get collected, so you're actually going backwards instead of going forward. And I guess my question is to the Commission, is how do we collect those fees? We put them in place over a long period of time to help offset the general fund need, so citizens that use facilities pay extra on top of their taxes. Now that we've done that, we've covered our cost, how do we get those fees from the locations to the clerk's office? Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any other department heads? Okay. County Attorney, at this point, this is the opening of the public hearing. Does board have discussion at this point, or does board need to make a motion for the...
You can close the public, it would be appropriate to have a motion and a vote to close the public hearing and then have board discussion on your millage rate first.
Well, I move to close the public hearing.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Brock to close the public hearing.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Stewart. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It passes unanimously. Okay.
And now we need a motion on the millage.
Yes, I think that's... Do you want to do an introduction? Yes, please.
I can go through the item that we prepared for you, just to give you the changes that we've made and recommended, and then the board, at your discretion, can discuss those changes or make any other ones that you feel necessary. So I'll just go through the item real quick. Last we left off was September 7th at the tentative budget hearing. We set the tentative millage at 8.75 with a total budget of $54,115,673. There was also some direction given at that meeting regarding healthcare costs to try to eliminate the 10% increase to employees for the healthcare cost. We have made that reduction. There were some additional recommended budget reductions brought upon by Commissioner Brock. We tentatively had said that we could probably reduce about $30,300. The actual amount we were able to find was only $25,672. And we needed $56,000 to reduce our for the healthcare cost. So the balance came out of the reserve that we were able to produce to give a 0% increase to health insurance costs for the employees. We also, to coincide with that, the flex plan budget line item went up about $5,000 because when you increase your healthcare cost, that same percentage increases your flex plan to give the same benefit to employees that are on flex plan as they are on health insurance. So there was a minimal cost. We didn't think we needed to raise it that much higher because we anticipate the flex plan having some more limitations starting January 1st. So we're anticipating those costs to go down this year from what they have been in previous years because of those limitations imposed by Meritan. So those are the only real changes.
that we have made outside of, within the general fund. So the total amount decreased in the reserves, just the bottom line, is $112,000. Some other changes that we've made, we had to reduce the fire MSBU budget. The new budget is now $955,000, $245. When we had to reduce from a residential property assessment of $65 down to $61, we had to bring that budget back in line. So included in that budget is a $150,000 cash forward that has been set up partially in the reserve and partially in the emergency repair fund. We didn't think it would be responsible to send the fire personnel out there without a resort. If a truck breaks down or if something, an emergency piece of equipment needed to be bought, we wanted to give them that flexibility. So we brought in $150,000 worth of that cash forward. Solid waste, as you know, the solid waste assessment didn't pass at the public hearing, so we had to drastically reduce that budget back down. We backed out the loan and the grant funding until such time as we determine whether we're going to be receiving that. If so, we can amend the budget to include those items. But the new budget for the solid waste is now $768,850, which brings your total budget down to $51,072,647. And the last item of note that we needed to discuss with the board was the community center. Last year we bought the community center for $1.4 million. Of that, we anticipated using a HUD grant that we received from Congressman Boyd. When we went through the process of getting our reimbursement, we were told that it was really for acquisition and not, it was really for construction, not acquisition of a community center. So, but we were told that we're not going to lose the grant, we just can use it for construction activities at a later date. So, whether that's a gym or a pool or whatever we want to build out there, or just remodeling. So, to accommodate that shift in cost, we had to charge the 1 cent sales tax, whatever we were going to charge to the HUD grant, and so that reduced the budget there. And then we reallocated the HUD grant in the CIP fund, so it's fully funded to use at a later date. Other than that, Commissioners, those are really the only changes that we've made to the tentative budget. We recommend them, and we're ready to start the trim process going forward.
Could you go over start with the fire again? I didn't follow that.
Well, as you know, we have the fire MSBU at $65. The tentative budget, we had put a recommended budget in there with the assessment at $100. So between the tentative and now, it's gone down to 61. So that budget's had to be reduced to accommodate a $61 assessment.
What amount is that being reduced?
I can tell you 1 second, sir.
$955,245, is that it?
No, that's actually what the budget is now. It was,
That's the amount listed as a decrease.
it should be budget out. I'm sorry, that's just a typo on the agenda. The tentative budget we submitted in July was at $2.6 million. So, looking at over $2 million decrease.
$1.6 million.
In the tentative budget? No, it was 2.6.
What is it now?
It's 955,000.
That's just over $1.6 million cut.
You're right, I'm sorry, yes, 1.6.
So that's a cut in expected revenue, income.
Right.
Yes. There's a couple things that make that up. There was an increase in the assessment that we anticipated of over $35. But there was also the SAFER grant that we included originally in that tentative budget. So there's a few items that we reduced out of there.
Because the actual decrease of $100 to $61, what did that reflect?
budget, we had the assessment coming in at $1.9 million.
At $100.
At $100, yes. At 61 is $847,626.
And the solid waste, we'll go over that again.
For solid waste, we anticipated $1.5 million. Now we're basing it just off our tipping fees trend, and we're looking at $784,000. And that doesn't include any commercial, because we backed out what we anticipated from being able to handle commercial haulers if the transfer station was expanded.
And on the, so what are the steps that you took to offset these?
What were the steps that I took?
Yeah, you had a tentative budget with relationship to fire. You brought it down approximately $850,000, and on the solid waste, it's about another $700,000. So how was that balanced?
I had to reduce the amount of cost for hauling. We backed out a CIP truck for solid waste department. I also had to reshift ESG's contract among their operations to absorb the cost. Those are a few of the other things. Those are a few of the things I had to do to make it balance.
So the same service is going to be provided, I assume?
Yes.
Okay. Further discussion by the board? Questions by the board to...
I have a question. Tim, are you done with your presentation?
Yes, sir.
Earlier today, I was speaking with Miss Debbie Du Bois. Eventually I'll get that. That's why I just call you Debbie. Debbie, it makes everything so much easier. I did actually have to try and slaughter you last night, and I apologize sincerely. But she mentioned to me that item 16, which the commissioner, our chairman, has pulled, board approval for Public Risk Insurance Agency. We haven't approved this yet, but it was your suggestion to put this out to RFP, and she told me that it looks like we're going to save, because of your suggestion to put it out to RFP, about $30,000 on our insurance. We're paying for property. Is that right? Public, yeah. So, just wanted to give you that update.
Yes, it looks like the premium is going to be a little bit lower this year, about that amount, as Commissioner Brock said.
And if we do end up with that savings, I'd like to see us put that back towards our general reserve, so we'd have the funds available for the future. Well done. I want to commend you for going out here, coming up with that idea, finding the savings.
Thank you.
Is there any further board questions to Mr. Barden? And it'll be board discussion, I assume, after the motion for the village. Okay? I entertain a motion for setting the final village rate. Okay.
We don't have a script. I don't know if there's a specific way we're supposed to word this motion.
Well, the statute requires the board to adjust the millage rate. Before addressing the budget, the board must vote on the millage rate and the budget separately. Entertain a motion.
I move that we set the millage rate at 8.75 mils.
I second.
Just for clarification, the off the script is attachment number 5, page 2 of 2. Is the motion maker amenable to just, I think it has to be Board of County Commissioners fiscal year 2010-2011 final countywide millage rate of, insert the mills.
I'm sorry.
I think the motion on the floor was just slightly truncated. They usually like you to read into the record.
Okay, and then,
very specifically
so I see, the first of the two motions. Okay, so the approve the, what you're saying to the motion maker was to word it in such as to approve the Board of County Commissioners 2010-2011 fiscal year final countywide millage rate of 8.75.
Correct. Thank you, sir.
And it's all in the second. Yeah.
Right, okay. So there's a motion and a second, and we'll begin discussion on this tentative millage rate, or final millage rate. Any comments from the board?
One of the only comments I had for tonight's speakers, just want to point out a couple of things. One, even though we have increased the millage these last 3 years, including the year before I was on the board, the amount of property tax revenue has actually been decreased in Wakulla County. Any increase you've seen in budget is related to other sources such as grant funding that our staff has brought in, and we have to reflect that we've brought in grant money to come in so that we spend it. So it may look like there's an increase in our budget, but in all reality we're actually decreasing because we're collecting less in taxes even as we raise the millage. I also wanted to make sure everyone was aware that the Sheriff's Department, to help us get to the millage rate that we're at this year, has we have taken $500,000 from the Sheriff's Rainy Day Fund reserve to help keep our millage rate at the rate that it is this year and to help balance our budget.
Okay.
And it's the third year in a row without an increase to the Sheriff's Department budget.
Well, actually, there is an increase this year, but we were told that it was due to grant positions. But it is increased, and you have to take the budget apart and analyze it when we come to whether it's increasing, decreasing, staying the same. So.
Yeah. We've all looked at the budget intensely over the last few months.
And I don't know how we can understand that budget, to tell you the truth. So,
my only concern about the budget is I want to echo what our Parks and Rec director was saying. He has raised the concern a few times that if we cut the OPS position, that we won't be able to collect the funds that are being collected currently. I know I've also talked with him about actually talking about in the future trying to actually put other funds, other fee receptacles that we've discussed and approved in the past actually out with some of our boat ramps and things to help pay for improvements at those boat ramps, and you would still need these same position to go and collect those funds. The best idea for that, I don't know, is what we need to do, because it's been, the concern becomes that if we don't fund that OPS position, that we'll lose the revenue that's coming in from it, and then we lose more money than we're actually spending. So I mentioned that to the board. We're trying to figure out what y'all would want to do. I don't want to see us decrease revenue because of a cut.
What we're doing right now is just approving the millage rate. When we get to this debate later.
I apologize for moving on too far.
that's all right, you're a speed reader. Okay.
Well then, if those comments are we done with it? You want discussion on just the millage rate?
That's what we're doing.
Okay. I think that the 8.75 millage rate is appropriate, and if we can further reduce budget, I think we should still keep the millage rate at 8.75 and help build up our reserve, as our CPAs encourage us to.
Any comments from my left? I agree. Okay. I think this board still struggles with setting priorities. And I understand this is the millage rate setting, and that's going to be important. But I listened to some of the comments that were made from the speakers, and I'm happy that you all showed up as members of the Sheriff's Department. We're all very grateful for your service. And in a certain way, we often take you for granted. And And I think you may have heard me in the past speak about especially the deputies, and especially making their salaries better. But these are tough times. And when you have tough times, one person mentioned about cutting jobs, and I don't think anyone ever mentioned cutting a job from the sheriff's deputy force. What was mentioned, and I think that we have to be responsible about this, is that we are responsible for setting the budget, and that's what this millage rate will do. When we set a millage rate, some people are not going to be able to afford that millage rate, and they're going to be the losers. We also have things that we have to take care of, even though that tax of $112 MSBU special assessment, whatever you want to call it, and I voted to defeat that along with 2 other commissioners. That's going to have to be taken care of. Someone's going to have to pay for it somewhere along the line, maybe in bits and pieces, but it's going to have to be taken care of. So what I'm saying is that we, as the Board of County Commissioners, have a responsibility of saying to whatever the constitutional officer, and in this budget year, setting this millage rate, I'm looking at 2 constitutional, well, 1 constitutional and 1 other segment of the budget, which is the county administration. And originally the board had asked for a 10% cut. And if you do a 10% cut of just those 2, that's $1.7 million. Whatever you do with it, whether you reduce your millage rate, whether you take care of some of these priorities that have to be taken care of, you're not having to raise other fees someplace to cover this. And I'm saying that as a responsible board during these tough times, I think this millage rate should be lower. And if it's not lower, we should shift some of this stuff around. But I think, and I'll get to that under the other discussion, but I think this millage rate, and I'm glad Commissioner Brock mentioned about millage rate, and I'll just reinforce that and keep quiet. The millage rate and the taxes are very confusing. It's like white-collar crime. Maybe don't look at us as the thieves. But your millage rate can go up, your property taxes can go down. And that's what happened during the boom. The millage rate can go down, property, vice versa. Now in tough times, and the property values are falling, so each mill does not produce as much. But we have to be responsible. And I think the board does not have the responsibility to say, cut this position from any constitutional office, but it does have the responsibility to say, you need to cut now because our citizens can't stand it now. And you have to make cuts that still keep the safety of the community in the forefront. And I think we all appreciate the safety of the community. But that's all I'm going to say at this. I'll get into more discussion during the actual discussion. So there's a motion on the floor, 8.75 for the countywide millage. Did I say it accurately enough? We have the motion there anyway. And so any further board discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Aye. It passes 3 to 2. 3 to 2. Okay. So now we're on to the second motion, which we'll entertain, which is worded such. Approve the Board of County Commissioners fiscal year 2010-2011 final countywide budget of $51,072,647 as presented by the Administrator on July 15th, 2010, and is amended through the agenda process today. Mr. Barden, is that accurate? Yes. Okay, motion by Commissioner Brock, second by Commissioner Stewart. For discussion. And I think now would be an appropriate time, Commissioner Brock, if you wanted to go back to that issue with the line item.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate that. Well, at the beginning of this cycle, of this budget process, 6 workshops and a public hearing ago, we talked about cutting all of our OPS positions. We decided not to cut our OPS from IFAS, which I think was a good choice. I think that was a wise choice. We decided not to cut our OPS from the library, which I think was a good choice. I fully support having summer children's reading programs. I appreciate all that our library does with such limited resources. And then we cut the OPS position from county administration, and we cut the OPS position from Parks and Rec. Our Parks and Rec director has again told us that the position that we're cutting brings in the revenue, and we would lose that revenue source if we don't have the position funded. And I just want to make sure that I don't want us moving away from collecting alternative resources and diversifying where our revenue comes from. I think it's important that we try and diversify where our revenue comes from for Wakulla County as much as possible, and not just off property taxes. And if we need this position to do that, then I think we should keep that position. But again, I'm bringing this up, and it's an 11th hour suggestion at this point. It's fine. And it's, so I'm just trying to figure out the best way we can do that, because we have to offset the cost somehow, and I'm not sure how to do that.
Well, that's something that we can do at this meeting, Mr. Bawden and Will, and they can take care of, if that's what the will of the board is, to go in that direction, then we can...
I don't want to go that way.
Okay, so there's...
I mean, how many budget workshops we had?
Yeah.
5. And like you say, it's the 11th hour. I mean, this whole budget's predicated to be satisfied with 8.75 mills, and now we're going to start increasing it. If we do anything, we got to decrease it. But we certainly don't want to start putting things back in it, because you're going to have to take something out. I mean, you got to... I'm fine if you can say, all right, let's put that OPS position back in. But I think Mr. Gray's an industrious young man who can I'm sure he's not going to just forget that we're going to collect that money. I just can't believe that. We're going to get the money some way. Maybe somebody else has got to do it double duty, but I mean, this is what we're talking about right here. How can we say, and we're talking out of both sides of our mouth when we say we want to cut the budget, but then we add a position back in? I don't understand that.
Okay, any comments to my left?
What is the salary for that position? How much money are we talking about?
$19,000, Commissioner.
Commissioner, there's an easy way to fix that. If you want to keep the budget the same and pull it out, you can always pull that OPS position out, put it back in park activity. I would appreciate the extra money that we pick up and collect on the difference. What I'm concerned about is if you pull it out at all, then you're going to take it right out of the general fund. Because if you spend 15.6 or 17, and the original number I brought to you at the last hearing was 37,000. We're now at 41,000. That's come just in the last month. So I'm just saying, however you want to do it, if you want to pull it out of the general fund, that's fine, but you're going to hurt your general fund. My only point is, we've struggled, and I say we as a commission through all the years, to look for alternative sources to get out of the general fund. We've done that through a fee process. It's in place, but there's got to be a mechanism for collecting the money. When people stand on the beach at Shell Pond and Nash Sands all summer long, and they collect enough money to cover their salary plus to help with the restrooms and the other stuff, somebody's got to be out there to collect that money. And along the way, when you have this summer person, this last weekend, I got a phone call about political signs being up in one of the parks, which is not allowed. It was awful nice to be able to have a person on duty that could go out, take care of the signs while they were there collecting the fees at Hudson and Hickory Park. So we knew at the same time where they were. Those are positions that you put in place in past years to take care of the opportunity for future revenues. We're talking about boat ramp fees. If we try to put them in place, this same position is already on the payroll, can increase the money. What I'm telling you from that standpoint is I see more revenue coming in the general fund. I don't know how you want to stage it with a position. I don't know how you put it back in there, commissioners, or, like I said, pull it out and put it in a separate fund. There's many ways to do it, but whatever's best.
Mr. Ross?
Tim, do you have any suggestions? Setting up a separate fund for the fees to that would fund that position, or what, I mean,
Fees going through the general fund as it is. It's part of the big pot that supports everybody. I mean, we could pull them out and put them in a separate fund, but I can tell you it won't support Parks and Rec operations in itself. So then you're going to have to have a subsidy to that fund in the general fund. Are you talking about the whole Parks and Rec department?
no, I was just talking about that position. If their job is to collect the fees, that, you know, that if we have a fee structure in place, that part of what's included, covered by those fees is the position of the person who collects them. Do you have any other suggestions for where that, how that OPS position could be restored?
It would just have to be a cut from somewhere else, Commissioner. I don't have a pool of money to say go ahead and use it for that position.
Well, I think you have $1.7 million more right now, but even if you had half of that, I think what Commissioner Otts is asking you, what would be your suggestion of where that could be shifted around?
How do we have $1.7 million more?
That was when the board asked for a 10% cut. Okay. It never happened. But that's what would have happened on just the constitutional office of the sheriff was.
But it's not.
Right,
Chairman.
Right. But that's what's happening with the shell game of moving paid firefighters into MSBU's and then taking away half of the MSBU of the volunteer firefighters. I mean, it's all shifting around this money, but no real cuts are being made, and we'll keep on using up our reserves. I mean, Leon County kept their millage the same this year, and they had the same property drops and everything, and their real estate market is terrible. They held the line.
Commissioner, I think Leon County also tapped a significant amount of their general fund reserves, and they've also given their employees a raise this year, but we're not seeking to do that in either case. You could tap your reserve account, although it has gone down, if you are still seeking an answer to Commissioner Arts' question. But it's dwindled some significantly. You know, you're not in a position where you've approved a contract that Commissioner Brock mentioned earlier, which will be up later tonight, that if you do approve it may free up $30,000. That's the only other idea that I have, but at this point in time, you're down to personnel services in large part, certainly under your umbrella. There's one thing I just do want to clarify, you know, and we've clarified it, I want to say at almost every meeting that we've had. Did the board set an initial target, and I'll just speak for myself, of 10%? Yep, you did. You also very clearly said that you didn't want to send anybody home. Well, you can't do both. So we've balanced your budget with as much cuts as we can come up with, without any salary increase, without any salary decrease, without any furloughs being needed, and without sending anybody home or reducing programs and services. So the 10%, you can have it. I mean, you're on it now, but that will mean live bodies, people and jobs going home. So that's why it wasn't done previously, and I think we've been very upfront about that.
Commissioner Roth.
Yeah, I've been following up that comment and many of the comments that were made by the sheriff's office. I guess I'm not completely convinced that the only option is getting rid of people. I know that's what everybody in the sheriff's office is afraid of, that if any cuts are going to be made, it's going to mean that people are out of work. And our administrator has said, you know, basically the same thing, that if we're going to make more cuts, it means letting people go. And I know, having looked at a lot of the utility expenditures, that we are wasting money on electricity and gasoline. We are. And I know I've had a meeting with some people in the sheriff's office a couple of weeks ago, and they went through, I think they've been doing a lot of creative cost-cutting things, but I think there's more money that can be cut. And we talked about some of those ideas. And I know I've been trying for almost 2 years or year and a half now to get our administration to get serious about trying to reduce our energy expenditures. So my own feeling is there is a way to cut without letting people go. I'm just having trouble getting action in that direction.
Okay, any further board discussion? Hearing none, call for the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Again? Aye.
This is on the budget?
On the budget, there's 3
Aye.
negatives and it fails.
Commissioner Green, what would you like to see different?
Question. Did we count on the monies from the parks and boat ramps?
Mm-hmm.
Well, how are we getting it in here? How can we count on it and put it in the budget if we never got it here?
Well, you collect it over the course of the year.
I know, but who's bringing it in?
You mean now?
I mean, who's going to bring it
this
in?
budget?
I have to ask Mr. Gray that.
That's the quantum, Commissioner, because you've got, the money's being collected right now by that $15,600 position, which entails 4 people. Okay, at the beach, they're collecting the money. Okay, as they collect the money, right now it's generated at $41,000 in the park system off the fees. If you take the position away, hopefully they're going to reduce the revenue by $41,000. Because there's no way to collect the money. There's no way to pick up the fees. And it's, as Mr. Barton knows, basic accounting principles requires in government agencies that we don't hold money more than 48 hours. I don't want to be responsible for holding money at the Parks and Recreation when something happens to it. We're supposed to turn it over to the clerk's office. It gets recorded. It's deposited accordingly. We've been complimented by the auditors on the fact that our accounting procedures are very effective the last 3 years. They're in the middle of one right now. They ask us for our receipts, and they've complimented us on the fact that we have the separation of responsibilities. The person collecting the money is not the one that turns it in. There's other steps in the process. Disposition also caters to that. So, I mean, I don't know. You say, well, you can take it somewhere outside of the budget. Well, if you're not collecting it, you're already there. But I don't know. I keep asking, and I appreciate the comment, Commissioner Stewart. I hope I'm not innovative, but I don't know if I'm that good yet. I'm working on it. But did I answer your question?
You don't have to worry about holding it because it's not coming in. There's nobody there to bring it in.
Correct. That's the whole point. There's no way to collect the money. If you can't collect the fees and turn them into the clerk's office, how do you add them into the general fund? And if you're taking them out, well, you take them out with a position. But I think the way I saw the part of the budget I saw, you got the money in there to be collected, but you got no one to collect it. So, Commissioners, I hate being so mean. We got people out here talking about important stuff, and we're right here, and I hate to even bring up this OPS position. But I know how hard. It's been 17 years now. And whenever I go look at a mom or dad that goes to Masha Sand, she pays 50 cents to get in. 50 cents to stay in a safe area because the Highway Patrol and Sheriff's Office are there. Okay? But just to have a place where she can go, where she can afford as a single parent, a place to do something with her kids during the summer. And again, it's an OPS position which consists of 4 jobs. Right? But it generates the money, and as it's occurred from last year, it's gotten higher. This year was $41,000. So I don't know. I don't know how to make it much simpler. I just appreciate the time. Is there anything else, Commissioner?
Pardon?
Is there anything else today?
Oh, I was just wondering. Wanted to make that clear.
Thank you, sir.
I'd like to pass the gavel, make a motion. I would like to see, I mean, we can't change, we've done this in years past at the last budget hearing, shift around things. So I would like to propose this, that we have a 5% cut of the sheriff's department, that the paid firefighters go back into the general fund, and that the volunteer firefighters become whole, and this 4-person OPS position, 4 people sharing $17,000. Is that correct, Mr. Gray? 4 people sharing $17,000 be balanced back into that budget. That's my motion.
Do we have a motion? Do I hear a second?
Second for discussion.
Okay. Ms. Arts?
I don't agree with the change of the fire MSBU. I think we need to keep all of our fire service paid out of MSBU. That's the fair way to do it. So I would be more amenable to your motion if that was not part of it.
Okay. Mr. Green? Any comments on that motion?
Not at this one.
Mr. Brock?
I've met with the sheriff's department extensively, talked to them about their budget, looked at things. I don't think that, I'm not going to support this motion.
Mr. Kessler, anything else?
No, I think I've said it all.
Okay. Okay, I want to make sure that the public understands what we're about to do.
I'm going to withdraw my second because I don't want to change the fire.
Okay, so there is no motion now, so we need to, can I give that back to you and make maybe a suggestion here to meet in the middle somewhere?
Absolutely.
As bad as I'm opposed to it, if in the 11th hour, I really don't appreciate the fact that this is up in front of us about this OPS position, because it's very, I mean, I don't like the way that's being done. Because we've had all these meetings, and here it is in our lap in the 11th hour, and the public really don't understand what we're talking about. But if we can, back to your idea, Ms. Arts, about the fuel, energy cut. Why don't we cut the energy budget, wherever that is in, I don't know, is there a line item for fuel, for energy? Let's take $17,000 out of that. I mean, I heard 2 different numbers. I heard 17,000, I heard 15,000, I heard 4 people, I heard one person. I don't know how many it is. Whatever it takes to collect this $41,000, take it out of the energy budget. And then cause everybody to suck it up across the board and
Commissioner?
burn less fuel.
And a logical motion, logical thought. The fuel is paid out of a series of different accounts across all various programs. So to do what I think I'm hearing would result in some modification to programs and services. I'll just use the one that's most obvious to me. Well, I think it's true anyway. Normally speaking, whenever there's or many times, let's say, whenever you see an ambulance going down the road on their way to an event, you see a fire truck going behind them. So I know that that's been brought up individually by commissioners in the past. Why do you need to send both people at the same time? Certainly, if we would stop doing that, of course, that would be a change of practice and a change of protocol. Would it set it on gas? Sure. Absolutely, because my recollection is the equipment that they roll from the fire department's perspective is it's not exactly hybrid, and but there's an impact on service. What's the impact on that service? I don't know. Now I will tell you we have cut some line items, commissioners, regarding energy in this budget, as was being directed before. Maybe not sufficient to your desire, and your point is very well taken. We have been working on a RFP to do a comprehensive audit for energy services that could transfer into a series of things. And has it taken us time to bring it back to you? Yeah, I agree, it has. But that's been in planning and zoning shop, and they've been working diligently on it. They've been coordinating on a regional basis with others that have done it, so it's not by any means a dead issue, nor are we mute or deaf, I guess, to good concerns about that. Right now, I mean, if what I'm hearing is correct, that really we just need to find a way to get, $17,000 worth of OPS money into Parks and Rec, commissioners, take it out of your reserve account. I mean, that's the quickest way to do it. Your total budget number stays the same. It's two entries being switched around in your final budget document, and the increase of, 4 OPS positions, so that, but we had been operating, and apologies to our director at Parks and Rec, but like what is being asked of so many other departments and programs and services, when there's a few less people, that others pick up the pace and get things done. And apparently, with the remaining employees at Parks and Rec, swinging down by the beach is a bridge too far. So if that's what's required, then let's keep it.
I'll make a motion that we take it out of the set. I mean, I hear what you're saying, Mr. Pingree, and I appreciate that, but it's $17,000. That's not a lot of money. It is to me, but for some folks it's not. But in the end, if it'll get us moving through this budget process, then I make a motion that we take it out of the energy. However we do that, I don't care how we do it, out of fuel, something. I can get everybody to share it equally. $17,000. That'll get us moving in that direction, Ms. Arts, and we're reducing the budget to satisfy, or not reducing, but to at least satisfy this need. So that's my motion.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Stewart, second by Commissioner Arts to, can we restate the motion that exists before the board now? Is this to approve the $51,072,647 with the shift of
that change? Yes, sir.
Okay.
One point of clarification, we already had that motion fail once. To reconsider, one of the three who voted against it need to make the motion.
Okay, and I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I thought we were just making a motion related to the OPS position, that we were going to restore that by finding savings in energy lines.
Can we do that in this part of the process? Can we just do that motion and
The motion just on the
OPS position?
Sure, you can. I mean, you've already voted on your millage, so you can, and then you do still need to make a motion on your overall budget, obviously.
Okay, so do you want to restate the motion?
Okay, I move that we restore the funding for the Park and Rec OPS position for revenue collection, and that we find savings out of electricity and fuel across departments.
I'm not going to second it unless it's tied to the approval of the budget. But that was my whole goal. I'm not going to second it for that.
I'll pass the gavel. I'll second your motion.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion, Mr. Brock? Any more discussion by the board?
I do. I have concerns of when you do something like this, but although this is a relatively small number in the scope of the fuel that this county uses, and I assume that just because the fund runs out, you just can't say we're not going to roll a truck or any other vehicle, that we're going to have to be taking it out of reserves if that becomes to be necessary.
Well, I think if we track, which I hope we're going to start to do, to track on a regular basis our energy and fuel usage and be monitoring and cutting back as the year progresses, so that we'll find the $17,000.
Any more discussion? All for the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Aye. Passes 4-1.
So now we've approved the restoration of those the four-person OPS position. We still need to reconsider or come forward with a different, well, we have to reconsider, that's what we have to do.
May I ask of Mr. Green, does that change your position on your vote?
No.
It does, that still doesn't change it? I mean, does that change your opinion about approving the budget, because now we got that back in there, we're gonna collect that money?
Right.
Well, I would ask you to consider making that motion to approve that budget then, if you would, sir.
Approve the budget with the...
That's already been changed, so that's in there now.
Okay. So I will make the motion that we approve the budget, what is it, the 8.75?
No,
I'm sorry. Oh, if you want me to read this, okay.
You can read that number 2 off, that'll be the motion to reconsider.
Approve the Board of County Commission fiscal year 2010-2011 final countywide budget of $54,115,673.
That's the old version. There's an amended version. Sorry. Sorry.
Make sure it's the same.
Yes. Approve the Board of County Commission fiscal year 2010-2011 final countywide budget of $51,072,647 as presented by the administrator on July 15, 2010, and as amended through the agenda process today.
Second.
So there's a motion by Commissioner Green and a second by Commissioner Brock. Any further board discussion?
Stewart, seconded.
I'm sorry.
We look a lot alike, but I know you see
I was looking at, normally I look this way.
I'm just kidding.
I think Commissioner Brock was throwing his voice. Okay, so there's a motion by Commissioner Green, second by Commissioner Stewart. Any further board discussion? Hearing none, call for the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Aye. Passes 3 to 2. I keep on doing that. Sorry, Commissioner Ross. We'll take a 10-minute recess. Okay, let's get settled down so we can begin. We have a lot of work to do this evening. For those of you that are looking to speak under citizens to be heard, which usually begins between 6:30 and 7 o'clock, we're going to try to finish, hopefully a little more expeditiously, these last public hearings. Please settle down. And then we'll go right into citizens to be heard. So that'll be the agenda at this point in time. So we're on to the second public hearing, and this deals with adopting the proposed ordinance amending section 6.010.2 of the Animal Control Ordinance. County Attorney?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're requesting board approval to conduct the public hearing and consider adopting the proposed ordinance that would amend section 6.010.2 of the Animal Control Ordinance. The specific amendments this will do is to clearly state out the qualifications of the 5 members of the appeal board. It's also going to expand the functions of the board to hear other appeals that may come up through animal control decisions, and it changes the name of the board from the Dangerous Animals Appeal Board to the Animal Control Appeal Board.
I move to conduct the public hearing and adopt the proposed ordinance amending 010.2 of the Animal Control Ordinance.
There's a motion by Commissioner Ott, second by Commissioner Brock. Are there citizens to speak to this issue? There are none. Board discussion. Hearing none, call for the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It passes unanimously.
Commissioners, your third public hearing is a request for board approval to conduct a public hearing to obtain citizen input for the Florida Recreation Development Assistant Program, or FLRDAP grant application. This really is to comply with grant requirements and will provide us with additional points. I know that Tim Barden is here. I believe I saw Ms. Thorpe in case there's any questions about the grant itself. But really this is to solicit any citizen comments and improve our chances for getting the grant.
I move to conduct the public hearing to receive citizen input on the FERDAP grant application elements for the Big Bend Maritime Center.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Ott, second by Commissioner Green. Ms. Pam Portwood.
Thank you. I'm here on behalf of Florida Foresight. That's your partner in implementing the management plan for the Big Bend Maritime Center. We appreciate your support from the last meeting to apply for the FERDAP grant to begin implementation of that management plan. I have, just for your information, just a few of the most pertinent pages of the draft application. This application is due on September 30th, and we're already nearly completed. But I just wanted to, for the purposes of the public hearing, say out loud that we will be applying for a $200,000 grant to the Florida Recreation Development Assistance Program. This grant does not require a match from Wakulla County because we are considered a ready county, not RACIC, but ready. That's the Rural Economic Development Initiative, so it allows for a waiver of our match. We will be providing, as outlined in the agenda item, by the way, thank you, Eva, wherever she is, for preparing that. Nature trail, picnic facilities, interpretive kiosks and panels, upgrades to the fishing pier, parking and landscaping, water fountain, trash cans, bike racks, benches, and stormwater facilities. The very back of your handout has sort of a little conceptual plan that we'll be turning in with the grant, but that shows you the existing facilities, the proposed facilities for this particular grant, and then the bottom are for future facilities that will be developed under other grants. So I have a copy of the complete draft application. It's sort of a complete, incomplete draft, but it's mostly here if anybody wants to look at it. And I have some extra copies of these few pages, and so just want to make sure that there's not any public input or questions about the project that I need to answer.
I do have a question.
Yes.
In the item, it indicated that there were going to be, so you could get the 21 points, there would be 3 hearings?
Yes.
Is this the first one being conducted?
Well, it's not 3 hearings. You do one that is a public hearing like this, where you pre-advertise and you only talk about this project. Then you have to do a presentation to the Parks Board at their regularly scheduled meeting, which we hopefully will be on the agenda for Monday night. I've emailed Parks for that. And then the third is to make a presentation to a neighborhood association or other civic group, and we did that for Panacea Waterfronts Florida Partnership, so they'll provide the letter that we need for that. So it's not literally 3 public hearings. It's 3 different public presentations, one of which is this public hearing.
And you've had one with Panacea Waterfronts, and you're going to the rec board
on the 27th.
Okay.
Monday the 27th.
Okay.
You expect money to actually be funded?
Well, it's FERDAP, and unfortunately, the last couple of years, I don't think the legislature has funded FERDAP, but what they do is they have everyone submit their applications, and they submit that as their budget to the legislature for approval. So we won't, there's no way to know. I know that when they fund FERDAP, as far as this particular application, we have well above the eligibility score that we need, and really we've captured most of the points that you can capture. So if it's funded at all, I would think we would have a pretty good chance at being funded.
Thank you. Any further questions?
No questions. I have some discussion.
Sure.
Okay. And I would like to, I'm looking for some board direction, and also to provide some information. I had another attachment delivered to all of you, and the green one's not relevant because it's been replaced with what Pam handed out. But I would like you to look at the this other concept plan, and there was an email that came with it. And first, let me talk to you a little bit about my bias, so you know where I'm coming from, and then kind of fill you in, and also raise some concerns and try to get direction. I know we've had a conceptual plan that was developed for this site before I was on the board, and was a rendering by an architect, which is, architects, if you're creating a building, that's the way to go. When you're planning a site plan for a land, then a land architect or a landscape architect is my preference. And I'm really hoping that as a county, we start to routinely do that on the front end of all park projects and the community center as we go forward, because they're experts at looking at how to best utilize land. So, I learned 2 weeks ago, I guess, that we were going for this FERDAP application, and probably should have been done earlier, but what I did was I asked a landscape architect to come and look at the site and also look at the conceptual plan that I know it has, this is what was used to obtain our funding from Florida Communities Trust. And he had a couple suggestions, and the main one I want to focus on is, because in this FERDAP grant, we're requesting funding to upgrade the pier or the dock. And he works with state agencies, DEP, FWC, and he's real familiar with what is required in terms of piers and docks, and his assessment was it's not worth upgrading the existing pier. And Bill Lowry, who was out there, said the same thing. It's not worth upgrading, so I have some concerns about applying for funding to do an upgrade when experts are saying you really need to replace the pier. The other thing is he said, if you look, the pier, you can see where it runs. It comes straight out from what would be kind of the prime viewing area. It's a long, straight pier that bisects the salt marsh. It's what's in white on this drawing. You seeing it? Okay. And what he suggested is you need to rebuild the pier, but it doesn't make sense to rebuild it in the same place. And he suggested if you move the pier over the side, you would be running it through much less wetlands, through all of the impacted land. And then you could restore that central wetlands, which would, one, be better for the environment, a better role model for the community, and it would also improve your views looking out over the wetlands to the bay. And he said that would gain you credits, so you could actually put in a second little pier, which is all the way on the right near the walking trail. So I listened to him and I thought, wow, these are really good ideas, but now we're kind of in a time crunch with this FERDAP grant, going in requesting them to upgrade a pier, and so I wasn't really sure what to do at this point. So I asked Eva, is she here? She's not here. Okay. What she said is that that if we were going to make changes in the conceptual plan to relocate the pier, for example, that this would need to go back through Florida Communities Trust. And she thought they might be amenable to it, but it would need to be discussed with them.
And so one of the things I'm looking for is whether there's some interest in the board, interest in the part of the board to pursue those kind of discussions.
And do you have any comments?
Yes. We very much appreciated I know Hugh, I can't remember his last name. MacArthur, I'm sorry. And his comments, I think, they were great. But yes, you would have to go through Communities Trust to get something like that changed. Right now, if you move the dock to to build a new one, then you're going to have to go through all of the permitting and all of the things necessary to do that, which takes some time and money. This pier is not, I'm not sure why the experts are saying it's not appropriate. It's a pretty newly built pier, and with just some fairly minor renovation to make it ADA accessible, we could use that until such time as we can get the funding and the planning and construction documents that we need to think about putting in a whole new pier. And, we won't be having any more impact on the wetlands that the dock that's there now hasn't had already in the short term. So, I would ask that we move forward with the FERDAP and go ahead and do something, because we don't have to go through that long permitting process and the things to make this publicly accessible so that people can start using the park with these other amenities, and then pursue changing, moving or adding a new dock or constructing a new one through Communities Trust, and also through some public meetings. These plans came about through, a series of lots of meetings. So even with this conceptual plan, first of all, remember that it is conceptual. And so some of the things that he suggested that weren't like the dock being new instead of renovated, but other landscaping and other parking improvements and things we can consider if this gets funded. We'll be doing a very specific site plan, to get our permits and do all those things. So some of his issues can be addressed at that point. But
Eva didn't have a problem with going forward. I initially was concerned whether we shouldn't be seeking money to upgrade something if we really need to rebuild it. But she seemed to think, it was okay to apply for this. What I'm kind of looking at is whether there's support on the board for moving forward in some discussions with FCT about looking at, some other ways to reduce impacts on the wetlands and so forth.
We would certainly support that. Board of Foresight would be, of course, interested in doing those things, but for the purposes of this application, I would prefer for it to stay the way that it is.
Well, I think given the time frames, I don't have any, again, based on Eva's recommendation, I wish she was here. What I don't want to happen is that, we get another grant approved and then we put in infrastructure that may not be optimal, so I want to kind of get this other effort moving at the same time, if people are open to that. So I guess I'm just asking if the board is interested in, taking the recommendations of this kind of park expert and going back to FCT and see if maybe we can talk about some of those recommendations and their amenability to changing.
Well, and if I could just ask that, because Florida Foresight is your partner in this, so we really need to be, at the table when you have those discussions.
And I think
we've done we're preparing this grant application, Right.
Yeah, I think but I think I'm here, but this is my only chance to talk to the board. And I just got this weekend. He did this on a very quick timeline. And, so that's where we are.
No, I'm not really clear on what you're asking the board, though.
If the board is open to, now that we have some additional input that suggests that maybe the original plan, concept plan that was approved by FCT, that maybe there are some ways to refine and improve this, and is the board supportive of that effort?
Okay, and if the board was supportive of that, then are you saying that Florida Foresight would be looking at it and saying that they would be supportive of it, probably?
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just want to be there. We just want to be at the table because we're the ones that are, I mean, we're going after these applications, even if it's county. We're the ones writing these applications and doing all the things, so.
And Eva's suggestion was to just set up a meeting, and I'd be happy to be a representative for the board and whoever wanted to represent Florida Foresight, and just go and talk to them and explore these possibilities and what would be involved in having them move forward with
What we have right now is a motion on the floor
for a public hearing.
To move forward with this, for the public hearing, right?
Yeah,
we didn't have...
At the last meeting, we approved applying for a FERDAP grant. It wasn't specific to this project, but we approved it based on this, what we had gotten. So I think we're already moving forward.
So you're not proposing that we derail this FERDAP application, keep it moving, and also do this other?
Exactly.
I'm fine with that.
Right. So can we take care of the motion that's on the floor and then address like what you want to address with the second motion, or?
Okay.
Yeah.
We have a public hearing and we have a...
And we've conducted it and we've taken public input, so.
Right, sure.
Yeah, I think this is just part of the public input and getting input from us also. I think we're finished with the motion as soon as we're done. I have no problem with you passing this information on to Florida Foresight and letting them, and if you want to work with them, talk about if it works or not.
And Florida Communities Trust.
And Florida Communities Trust. Everybody agrees.
Okay.
So we do have to take a vote on that in any way, shape, or form.
You have a vote to conduct the public hearing in a second. Probably should go ahead and close that out by voting to have the public hearing.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't think there's any other action you need to take tonight on this item.
So we have this motion, we have a second. We have no further board discussion on that motion. So all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It passes unanimously. And there's no other need that you've heard board discussion.
I mean, I'm interpreting this as consensus
Well,
to
that's what
take
I'm
the
saying.
next
If you
step.
want to do something like that, why don't you make a motion?
You could certainly make a motion.
Okay, well then I move that that the county and Florida Foresight explore, meet with Florida Communities Trust and explore.
But could we meet first?
Oh, sure.
County and Florida Foresight, and then go to Communities Trust together.
That's fine.
And the commissioner ought to be the person involved in these meetings.
Second.
Okay. So there's a motion and a second. Any citizens to speak on this? Hearing none, any further board discussion on this? I'll call for the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. We'll enter citizens to be heard at this point in time. Thank you.
Thank you.
You don't want to do awards and presentations first?
No, I want to do citizens to be heard because they normally take 6:30 to 7 on our agenda. So that's where I am. Thank you.
I'm just, awards and presentations normally come at 5.
Right, but they don't have to come at 5.
They don't.
So those of you that wanted to speak possibly before and handed in a card and decided that they were not going to speak on that issue, if you still want to speak, this is the time to fill out a card because this is any topic and you have 3 minutes to speak. Mr. Bob Danzy. followed by Randy Denker.
Good evening, my name is Randy Dinker. I'm an attorney with Dinker Law Office in Tallahassee, and I'm here this evening representing Wakulla watchdogs, and I guess some of you are already familiar with them. This group has been concerned for some time now about what they allege are improprieties in the way that no-bid contracts, the pattern of no-bid contracts being let in the county, and other possible ethical violations concerning the county administrator. Last week, I was not here in person, but I watched the video of the Commission's meeting, and I noted that Commissioner Arts had said that she would welcome an ethical complaint being filed with the Ethics Commission as a way to resolve this in a very fair and impartial forum, as a way to resolve this, because I know that this has been causing a lot of controversy for Wakulla County and also for my clients as well. So we took that invitation seriously, and my clients have been preparing an extremely comprehensive ethics complaint, which will, I'm going to inform the commissioners tonight that it will be filed probably sometime this week or early next week. And what we would ask, my clients feel that if it turns out that the allegations that they have made in the complaint to Mr. Pingley are invalid or incorrect in some way, that they will publicly apologize for any trouble they've caused him. If on the other hand the Ethics Commission finds that there have been violations of the Ethical Code of Florida, then we would hope that this commission would take all appropriate action, including termination of the contract without severance pay. I reviewed the contract that the county has with the county administrator, and your contract allows you to do that. I was listening tonight I was very moved listening to the testimonials of the various sheriff's department personnel and other department personnel in Wakulla County, and it's obvious that this economy that we're in has really hurt a lot of people and put a real squeeze on you all. So if what my clients are alleging is true, that the actions of your county administrator have been causing this county to overspend, to not be fiscally conservative, and to lose money, then that's certainly something that you all need to get a handle on. So with that in mind, I apologize, there was some confusion. I thought I was going to be speaking in the beginning this evening, but now I understand I only have 3 minutes, not mine, and I just used them up. So I'll conclude there, but I would request that I place a copy of my intended remarks in the public record. May I approach? Okay. I only have 1 copy, so hopefully you can make copies and distribute them to all the commissioners, and then you can read the full text of my remarks. Thank you very much for your
Mr. Bob Danzy.
Thank you.
Bob Danzy is my name. I have a copy here of the application fee for the wetlands ordinance. Last meeting, I said that it would cost thousands of dollars, and after I sit down, the story got changed on me, so I come back to fix it a little bit. Commissioner Kessler and Commissioner Arch said a 10-acre tract would cost the public $27, I believe. Now, these are your documents. A review of the application and supporting documents, that fee is $20 alone, apparently. You didn't mention that in the $27, because the $27 you're talking about was the inspection fee of 1 to 5 acres for $18, and then you made an example of 10 acres, so each additional 5 acres is another $9, so 18 and 9 being 27. But I wasn't talking about 10 acres, I was talking about 100 acres. person has 100 acres and he wants to develop it, it's going to cost him potentially thousands of dollars that he's not going to have to spend now, or he wasn't going to have to spend before that ordinance. And I ask, and I sit in this chair and ask several times with hand gestures and different ways to let you know I needed to say something else. So now I'm taking the time to say it, that what you said was just plain wrong. So $189 for 10 acres. If you have $9 for every 5 additional acres plus the $20 winds up at $209. Then you have additional staff time. Now that could be questionable, except if you have 100 acres, I can't imagine they can do it off of aerial photos. Probably going to have to go out. I allotted 8 hours for that, and I wasn't going to allot that much at first, but I called a professional that does this, and they said it'll take 2 people 2 days. So I figured the county, they're pretty efficient, so they could do it in 1 day with 1 person. But that's still $144. If you disagree with the county, then you're going to have to go and hire this professional that I'm talking about. That person is going to send 2 people for 2 days at a very minimum of $2,500. When you add all this up, you have $2,853 at the very minimum. And I want to say that but maybe just a couple $100, maybe a little over $2,500 if you had the 10 acres and you disagreed with the county's assessment. If they come out and they evaluated your 10 acres and you said, no, I disagree, then you got to go hire your own consultant to disagree. And that alone is $2,500.
Thank you very much. Ms. Renee Calhoun. Followed by Stephen Calhoun.
My name is Renee Calhoun, 211 Bettywood Circle. Commissioners, I'm concerned that once again information is not being posted on the website before board meetings. Tonight's agenda item number 17 from Deb DeMose stated that there was a request for the board approval to award a contract for the Comprehensive Housing Grant Review Consultant RFP 2010-11, and there was nothing else. As of yesterday, there was no link to the agenda item and any attachments. So last night I called Commissioner Brock to ask him if he knew anything about this item and who won the bid. He did not know anything, so I called him today, and after several phone calls this afternoon, Commissioner Brock called me back and told me that the item had been pulled. My second concern is the fact that this was made a consent item at all. The ongoing issues within the housing department are not routine and should not be treated as such. My biggest concern is the fact that the 5 of you were to vote on something as important as this, and you didn't have the information in your agenda books relating to what you were going to vote on. I've pointed out to you many times, Commissioners, that you do not always receive all the information you need prior to voting on things, and this is a perfect example of that. Consent item number 16 from Deb DeBose requesting the board approve and award a contract for insurance services also does not have any information, and even though the advertisement details states that the proposals will be publicly open, I cannot find anywhere on the website any of them, including the winner. Agenda 27. Item number 27 from Tim Barton requesting approval to execute a lease for telephone systems for the board does not include any attachments for the lease purchase or the proposals from Inspired Technologies. I found that the website routinely leaves out attachments on agenda items, and I have had to make record requests to get that information. No one should have to pay for records that should be available for free on the website, and I will hope you will direct your staff to stop letting these kinds of things happen. Thank you.
Steve Calhoun, 211 Bettywood Circle. Ladies and gentlemen, here we are again. Another commissioners meeting. People are upset. They're complaining. You're upset. Everybody's at odds. And unfortunately, that happens occasionally. Over the last few weeks, more and more people have come to us with issues and concerns about the county. In the past, our tactics and styles of dealing with these issues have raised concern a great deal from Commissioner Stewart, who thought we needed to handle ourselves in a different manner. And so recently we reached out to the board, and the board reached back, and we're very proud of the communication we've had this last few weeks with the board. We're hoping that we can continue to work in conjunction with the board rather than at odds with the board, so we can continue to restore the train that Commissioner Stewart referred to being off the rails in the county. We're happy with the progress that the board has been making on issues. They have issues that have been placed before them now recently that we've approached them with. We hope that you'll be very careful and diligent and lead in taking care of these issues. These are your responsibilities, not Mr. Pengree's. Mr. Pengree, he works for you. These are something that you need to take a hold of and control the issues on. I want to thank you for your time. We look forward to working with you in the future.
Thank you. Mr. Anna Peck?
Dana Peck, 2481 Surf Road. I'm here tonight because I became very disturbed this week when I met, well, I didn't meet her, I know her, but when I found out that a woman I know who has a family is going to face this winter without heat because of this county's weatherization program. And this is a woman with a face. This is not some number that exists nowhere. And I wonder what this county is going to do about the ongoing saga of mismanagement, of very controversial personal land deals with vendors who get no bid contracts in this county. I wonder, too, how you see your roles as commissioners, because it's my understanding when questions were rising about the administration of this county, one of the commissioners said, well, you go get the facts. And I'm scratching my head thinking, what are you hired or elected to do? What are you drawing your health benefits and your salary to do? And I think it's that you get the facts. And then I understand that when the facts were put before you, and the facts happen to be your very own county records, well, you said, oh, I didn't read that, I just chucked it. And I wonder, what is it that you draw your salary and health benefits and future retirement from the county for? What is the role of commissioners? We have a litany of mismanagement in this county, and it is hurting real people. The people who remember how cold last winter was, well, another one's coming, and this woman won't have heat because of the management here. And so I ask you, how long are you willing not just to tolerate, but to protect the people who are mismanaging people's lives in this county? And where is your priority? Is it the people of this county, or is it to sit here and smile and be chummy with other people who may guarantee that you come back for another stay? Just think about that.
Thank you. That concludes this portion of the agenda, citizens to be heard. We'll now go into the awards and presentation. I'll just make a quick mention on ongoing study, on-site sewage treatment and disposal management options, Wakulla Springs. I've been attending those meetings. It's coming down to where some actual plans are going to be put forward to, in an effort to protect Wakulla Springs a little better. And you should start seeing some publications soon. So that's all I'll say to that. Is economic impact of the oil disaster on Panacea businesses, Panacea business community.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you. My name is Paige Colleen, and I reside at 2289 Surf Road in Panacea. And I'm here tonight not to be judgmental, but out of concern. I represent many coastal businesses in the Panacea area. We've been meeting for a little over a month now. We have got many claims in to both BP in the beginning and now the Gulf Coast Claims Facility some of us for 3 months or more, and we've got no results. I've contacted the offices of U.S. Senator Bill Nelson, U.S. Senator George Lemieux, U.S. Congressman Alan Boyd, Senator Al Lawson, Representative Leonard Bembry, Governor Christ, our state CFO Alex Sink, Attorney General Bill McCollum, members of the Office of Trade, Tourism, and Economic Development, members of the Gulf Coast Task Force, which included Carol Dover, Bob Zales, and Chris Hart, who is the chairman of that task force. Even faxed the White House and faxed and emailed Ken Feinberg's law firm. I've been to the offices here in Crawfordville more times than I can count. These people up there are really nice, but what you're getting is a brick wall. And what many businesses are tired of is the brick wall. What is our county government doing is one of the questions that I've been asked by many people who I've spoke to, Senator Al Lawson, U.S. Senator Bill Nelson, Alex Sink. These people really care about what's going on down here, but we're not getting our message across. Small business claims are not being paid. Pam Poltwood with the TDC has been over backwards to get the word out that Wakulla County did not have any oil here. Jennifer Langston has helped us through Enterprise Florida. I called Scott Nelson, and he was kind enough to call me back to find out if there was any one specific person from Wakulla County on the Gulf Coast Task Recovery Force. He found out that those that were on the force were appointed by the governor, but the governor apparently did not appoint anyone from Wakulla County. We are the last county in that little area right there before you come around, and I guess they did not see any reason, although Mr. Lawson is on that committee. We need someone to be an advocate for our coastal communities, such as Panacea, Shell Point, and St. Mark's. Your coastal communities are very important, and I guess Ray Gray kind of said it tonight in what he said concerning the fact that getting those revenues collected. But if people don't come down, you're not going to have any revenues. And people have not come down because they walk in my store, they walk in restaurants, seafood markets. They want to know where the oil is. Whoever put out the boom in this community before finding out if we had any oil made a horrible error in judgment. And it is costing your coastal communities anywhere between 30 and 40% of their revenues. And guess what? That wasn't budgeted in. We were already coming up off those numbers, we're slow during the winter, but as it gets to be April, May, you start going up. And you can see all of us, we went up, and then we went straight down. And it was the perception that oil was here, and there was no oil. I'd like to see our county government get involved. If they can start making the calls, I've called everybody I know to call. I don't know. I even called Anderson Cooper and Glenn Beck, and I can tell you, I'm sure people are tired of talking to me. Panacea is hard at work trying to get the word out that we had no oil. Please understand, I'm not fussing at you. I mean, y'all got an awful lot to do. But these coastal communities are really, really big revenue sources to this county. I asked for phone calls to be made to the appropriate agencies. It affects your tourism, your ecotourism, your charter boats, your green guides, your seafood markets, your restaurants, your retail shops. It's affecting all these people on the coast, and they need your help, and they needed it yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you.
Could I say something quickly to follow up on that? Okay. Thank you so much for coming to remind us again about how bad things are for businesses on the coast. And we certainly need to do
more to try and get these claims paid. But I also encourage everybody to support our coastal communities. I know not everybody can go out for a meal, but if you can, go to one of our seafood restaurants on the coast. And don't forget about our food pantries. They've seen a drop-off lately, so we need to, keep bringing in canned goods and other supplies. So, anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Watson. The announcement on coastal cleanup, please. Erica?
Hi, my name is Erica Morris. I'm with Keep Wakulla County Beautiful. I'm here to invite everyone out to Coastal Cleanup 2010, which is happening this Saturday. This year, we're very fortunate to have partnered with the St. Mark's National Wildlife Refuge. There have always been two separate events as part of the International Coastal Cleanup, one at the refuge and one typically headquartered at Woolly Park by Keep Wakulla County Beautiful. This year, we've combined efforts, which gives us the ability to cover even more area with our volunteer force. We will now cover a lot of the refuge sites. Our cleanups will run from the refuge itself all the way down to the lighthouse, all the way over to Mashie Sands and the Ocklawackney Bay Bridge. And this is something where we've opened up a lot of refuge property. Refuge has acquired some new property where there are some dump sites. We're going to clean those up. We also bring over 1,000 volunteers from Wakulla County, as well as the surrounding areas, to come down and pick up the litter and debris from the coastline. So it's a really great event. It's something that kids will enjoy. It's something to get them involved. It's a really great event for friends, family. If you belong to a civic group, please bring them out. I wanted to tell you that the 5 sites this year, the 5 primary sites, are Woolly Park, St. Mark's Refuge, Mashie Sands and Shell Point, and St. Mark's. From these sites, as volunteers show up, a site captain will meet the volunteers and equip them with gloves and trash bags and other supplies to be able to go out to other sites, surrounding sites, to perform the cleanup. Volunteers should show up at their designated, their chosen spot at 8:30 in the morning. Cleanup will go from 8:30 to 10:30 with lunch at Woolly Park at 11 o'clock. And if everyone will come back to the park at 11, we'll have a really great celebration, recognizing a lot of the civic groups, Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, other groups that get involved, as well as do lunch, prizes, and really have a great celebration. So please bring your friends, bring your family out and join us for Coastal Cleanup 2010.
One of the things I'd like to add, I know that you give out great prizes and you're still looking for sponsors for prizes. Correct?
Absolutely. They can be small cash prizes, gift certificates, anything that you think these children might enjoy receiving. We are doing some t-shirt bags, some green bags, but if you have something that you'd like to donate, we really appreciate it.
And even $5 to $25 is, you'll say who donated the money, and that would be just a prize that the kids would get. Thank you for coming out and volunteering to help reinforce.
Absolutely. It's a great way to say thank you. And the job that they do, when you see at the end of the day the amount of trash that these kids pick up, that these families pick up, it's just really amazing. And if we can just do something small to recognize their effort, it's a really great way to say thanks.
Thank you.
What day is it? Saturday.
Next Saturday.
This Saturday.
This Saturday, 8?
9.
8:30.
8:30.
Next announcement concerns the Wakulla Environmental Institute. Many of you may have read in past week's edition of the Wakulla News that Tallahassee Community College has announced their intention to move ahead with the development of what is now being called the Wakulla Environmental Institute. And this will be a full-fledged college campus here in Wakulla County. And it'll be modeled after the Pat Thomas Institute, which is now part of the Florida Public Safety Institute. The Gaston County campus, which originally started with the Pat Thomas Institute, is a destination site for all facets of public safety. They come from not only all over the state of Florida, but neighboring states, because it's that good a campus to get recertification and to hone the skills. So this campus is intended to be a similar destination draw for the issues of environment. And everyone's talking, and I think they're right, that this will eventually have a huge impact on Wakulla County. It'll be from product development to research to teaching, whatever jobs are created on campus, it will also have a trickle-down effect throughout our community. I was privileged to have to play a role in moving the concept forward, but this would never have come to be had it not been for the dedication, courage, and generosity of the Wakulla Expo Center. Their board was not moving ahead with the project, and they approached TCC, then President Bill Law, with the idea of donating this land to TCC, but with the intention of moving ahead with a project such as this. And I attended the last meeting of the board of TCC when President Law was still president, and there was a commitment made there that this build-out would substantially take place within a 10-year period. That is something I think that will be affected, that time frame, based on who the next president of TCC is and how much passion they have for this project. But I'm hoping that it'll be something that someone that wants to continue, but that the Expo Board, Wakulla County, made their decisions in the best interest of the citizens of Wakulla County. I had tried reaching out to them recently, but I couldn't get them to respond on the phones. But I just wanted to speak for them, and that this was really a statement of faith that they made for Wakulla County. I can't say enough of their efforts and good intentions. So I just want to let the community know that it's moving forward. There's a couple of other things that I just briefly want to mention. One is Paige Killeen mentioned about Representative Glenbury. He'll be at our library at 10 a.m. On the 28th of September. Is that right? 10:30. Sorry, I wrote it down. 10. And I stand corrected. Thank you. 10:30 a.m. at the library. And there's also going to be every Sunday in the month of October, there will be a food pantry drive being held from 2:30 to 5 o'clock in the Winn-Dixie parking lot. So if you're around that area and you have the opportunity, think of our food pantries. They're really literally getting wiped out on a weekly basis. There's so much need out there in our community right now. The announcement on CRTPA community meetings, Southern Woodville Highway Corridor.
Good evening, Commissioners. Just a really quick announcement. The Woodville Highway Corridor study is underway. The Capital Region Transportation Planning Agency is hosting a series of community meetings beginning tomorrow night. Basically, what the Woodville Highway Corridor study is it's a visioning process to determine what the ultimate build-out of the Woodville Highway Corridor should look like or could look like based upon the community's desires. So I really would encourage you all to attend these meetings if at all possible. We have posted information on the mywakulla.com website, but just really quickly, these meetings are going to be held up in the Woodville Community Center, and that is located at 8000 Old Woodville Road, and that's Tallahassee. Your kids are welcome to attend, your neighbors, your friends, and really it's taking a look at the portion of Woodville Highway that goes essentially from just south of Capitol Circle all the way down into Wakulla County to US 98. So while the meetings are being held up in Woodville proper, which of course is not Wakulla County, really would love to have Wakulla County represented and our viewpoints put out there. Tomorrow evening, the meeting begins at 5:30 and it runs until 8:30 p.m. The actual workshop itself will begin at 6 p.m. There will be two come whenever you feel like it, studio sessions on Wednesday, September 22nd, and Thursday, September 23rd. There will be folks at the community center in Woodville from 9 in the morning until 9 in the evening. So if you would like to go by there and see how their work is progressing or add any additional input, would welcome you to attend that. There will be a progress presentation, a summary of this group's work, which will occur Friday evening, so you can have a big Friday night out from 5:30 until 7:30 p.m. And again, we have posted this information on the mywakulla.com website, and so we hope that you all are able to go out and attend. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Brock?
I just want to take a brief moment during our announcements to thank Big Brothers and Big Sisters of the Big Bend and the United Way of the Big Bend. Today I had a meeting with representatives from Big Brothers and Big Sisters, and they brought with them 10 large boxes of school supplies that the United Way of the Big Bend had provided to them to help distribute in the community. I've taken those 10 rather large boxes to the school board office to help be distributed to teachers to get to people who might need them. I wanted to recognize Big Brothers, Big Sisters, and everybody who contributes to the United Way for helping to help our community.
Thank you. Commissioner Fox?
Yes, first I forgot to say that as a follow-up to the Panacea presentation, that there are several Rally for the Coast events coming up later in October, October 23rd at Hammondocker's Oasis, and then October 30th, Halloween. There will be these Rally for the Coast events, so keep your eyes open for those times and locations, and again, please support the coastal communities and businesses. But the other thing I wanted to say is that the health department has a flu shot clinic on Wednesday, September 29th from 2 to 4 p.m. They also had one today, but Wednesday, September 29th, 2 to 4 p.m., flu shots at the health department. Thank you.
Thank you. There will be announcements. I failed to mention something at the setting of the agenda. I don't know if the board wants to consider this, but when we get to item 22, 28B, which is my item, it's basically dealing with a similar subject, and we have housing staff here, and I wanted to know if the board would entertain either moving 28B in the proximity of 22 or 22 to 28B so that the housing staff can be more efficient with their time.
That's fine with me to move 28B up to 20, make it the first commissioner item so it immediately follows 22.
Okay. That's the way it will go. Okay. 20, okay, I see what you mean. Move my commission items up there with the 28 going. Okay, fine. Is that okay with the rest of the board? Okay, great. So we're up to the consent agenda at this point in time. I had asked that 15 and 16 be pulled. Are there any?
Motion to approve the consent agenda with those two items pulled.
Okay, you have a second to that motion? Second by Commissioner Green, motion by Commissioner Stewart. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. Okay, we're on to the reason why I pulled this item is that I personally, every time we have a ratification of board discussion during July 22nd, I'd like to know what exactly we're ratifying, what exactly we're voting on. Too, that word ratification ends up being that we've taken an action. And when we're just approving the minutes of the workshop, that's one thing. But when we're ratifying, and so I want to know exactly what is intended by the ratification of this item.
The way I read the agenda item in this case, as it's been presented, Commissioners, is really just going over what the citizens who voiced their concerns, or if there was a board concern voiced, we reiterated that. And I think what Director McDermott and Ms. Carroll tried to do was then sort of in the empty bullet sort of give you the benefit of their opinion on that. But I think the last paragraph on page 3 pretty much sums it up. At this time, staff is requesting the board ratify the discussion. It's not just the discussion that was held. We're going to be bringing back a future agenda item at a later date to request scheduling a public hearing. You don't have to do that tonight. So it was just our way of trying to synopsize what our takeaway was. And in some cases, that does include board direction. I'm not sure that it does in this one.
Well, and that's one of the things, if we did have ratification, I thought that the board did get some indication of how they wanted to go with respect to this ordinance. I may be in error, but that's I thought we had.
My recollection is that you would like to see a revised ordinance at some point dealing with only commercial kennels, and if that is the indication, that'll come back. You'll have to take a separate action to set the public hearing for that. This item does not do that.
Okay, so that's what I want to make sure, that two things. One is, this is just approval of what's in here, and the other thing is that the board actually did give a head nod, and we want to work towards that direction of having it apply at kennel to commercial.
Probably would have been helpful if we would have just added a paragraph here to that effect. I know that we did not, but I think we're clear with what the board's direction was at the time.
Well, the open bullets kind of do that, though. Because it, like, the proposed ordinance reduces the jurisdiction of the kennel portion to those operating a commercial kennel. So it is showing that board direction was given.
And at the same time, the attachment lends itself to some confusion, I think. So anyway.
Yeah, I think, I understand.
Okay, so just for clarity.
The attachment is what you had that night, not what I got you. Yeah, and that may be confusing.
Okay, fair enough. So with that, entertain a motion to ratify the summary of the board discussion. Commissioner Stewart with the motion, second by Commissioner Brock. So now we'll have citizens to speak on this issue. Mr. Ralph Thomas.
Good evening, Ralph Thomas, 637 Hunters Trace. I understand that probably nothing's binding here tonight, but I just think maybe there's some clarification needed on what's going to be commercial and what's not going to be commercial. As I read the proposed ordinance that's attached on the website today, it states any site used for the keeping of any number of dogs or cats for sale. You know what that tells me in my simple mind, that if I sell one dog on Craigslist, I now become a kennel, and I now find myself in violation of the ordinance. I understand some things are going to be combed out, and maybe that'll be pulled out of there, but I hope that's not the intent of the board. If someone just sells one dog or one cat, they now become a kennel, and they become sideways with this ordinance. I'd like to maybe put some real good discussion there. Also, line 7 is minor, but there's a typo there that needs to be cleaned up. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Thomas. Mr. Bob Danzy.
Hi, Bob Danzy. I live here in Crawfordville. Well, I think my thoughts on this are maybe we should get rid of this motion in the second and start a new one, and it's to get rid of the whole thing. I don't really think we need this ordinance whatsoever, if you want to know the truth. I fought against the wetlands ordinance as hard as I could, and I'm fighting against this ordinance. And this is, y'all running this place like a homeowners association. I mean, it's just one rule after the other, and then it never stops. Every time I come to a meeting, y'all making a new rule. every single meeting, make a new rule and add a few dollars to us. So I would just say, just stop. Just stop making rules, less government. You can see the polls nationwide, they're not for this. They're very adamant, the people are, about stop the government. Stop it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Walter Bailey. Wallace, Bailey?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm sorry.
1035 Lower Bridge Road. When we had our workshop, Mr. Chairman, we discussed being grandfathered in if you already had this. And I noticed that right here that the staff disagrees with being grandfathered in. So what I want to see is who's running this show down here? The commissioners or the staff? So we'll see how it turns out.
Tune in next week.
Sir?
Tune in next week.
I'll be here next week.
All right.
Yes, sir. Don't
next
forget
week.
No, it's just an expression.
what was said, though, at the meeting about being grandfathered in.
Thank you. So, any further board discussion? All for the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. This is an item that came to us late. Well, it came to me very late. And maybe the administration would like to walk us through this one.
Sorry about that. I had given my copy to one of the vendors. Yes, Commissioners, this is request board approval of a contract. There's the recommended vendor who emerged at least top ranked from the Staff Evaluation Committee to provide insurance coverage and services per our RFP 2010-10. As you see in your agenda item, what the insurance coverage and services were relating to. It was property and inland marine, auto insurance, crime, workers' compensation, and employers' liability. We had been with PRIA, Brown & Brown Public Risk Insurance Agency, for 6 years, and we thought, and I think Mr. Barden had given the board this update at a prior point in time, we thought it was probably appropriate to retest the market, and therefore the RFP was brought before you for issuance, and on August 27th it was released in accordance with your approval. On Tuesday, September the 14th, we received four responses. You see who they were from. An evaluation team consisting of Department Head Doug Jones, Debbie DeVos, who is line over these purposes, Assistant Administrator Tim Barden, and Library Services Coordinator Scott Joyner, was put together. They individually reviewed and evaluated all of the received responses. They ranked. You have copies of all of this in your packet, including and leading up to staff's recommendation for Public Risk Insurance Agency based on the evaluation findings for approval of this service moving forward. I do note that the two top-ranked respondents both have representatives here. One of them, we also get insurance, although separate insurance. There they are. And that's FACT, who's teamed up with the League of Cities. J. Pat Thomas is here. We appreciate their attendance, and we also have Mr. Dawson from Brown & Brown PRIA. So I know that both of these good folks will probably be happy to answer any questions you may have, but the scores speak for themselves, and if there's any further questions, I'll probably defer to Mr. Bowes or to Mr. Barden.
So, you presented us with two graphs, and the two leading agencies is what you call PRIA, which is Public Risk Insurance Agency, and they got a total number of points of 350, and and the Florida League of Cities got 344. And then on the next chart, it looks to be, I assume, for similar coverage. All of these quotes?
That's, yes. Similar, but is it exactly the same?
Well, what I'm saying is that if I say, crime, and one has $1,000 and the other has included in its policy, is it the same crime package that's included? Is it, are we comparing apples to apples?
Yes.
Okay, and so then in those two competing against each other, one's price is $4,000 less than the other, right? And is there any difference in what they're providing us?
Some differences between the top two rated vendors when it comes to coverage and deductibles. Now, I am not an insurance agent, and I don't know the specifics without actually sitting down and going through it. Paul is here. He can address some questions if you have them. Mr. Thomas is here. He can also tell you about the specifics of what they are offering to us.
Uh-huh. And Ken, you're here with, okay.
Those mostly the differences.
I don't know. And you're representing who, Ken? Florida League of Cities. Okay. Which was the lower amount? Now, you have referred to...
Mr. Dawson, with Brown & Brown, Korea Public Risk Insurance Agents.
Okay.
They are our current providers.
Right. I think we have to hear what the difference is.
Well, I don't understand. I mean, is it apples to apples? Is that what everybody bid on the same thing?
That is the way the bid was put out. The responses that were received, from what I could tell, there were some differences with what was proposed when it came to what the various companies covered and the deductibles that they offered regarding wind and storm damage, what they cover as far as coastal properties are concerned.
But if we, Debbie, what I'm saying is that, I mean, it's really nothing but what I've seen and heard tonight. I don't know what those differences are. I don't understand why we picked one, the little bit higher one over the other, the lowest one. I don't understand that. And I can't make a good decision without knowing what those differences are. Does that make sense?
It does.
Commissioner, if I may, we gave them a copy of our current policy in the RFP, and we asked them to provide us a quote on the same exact coverages that we currently have. And these are the prices that we've gotten back.
Okay, with that said, that makes perfect sense. Then why didn't we go with the 214,805?
Well, the evaluation was, 40% of the evaluation points was based on the price, obviously, but 60% was based on other factors. Proposal, there was a number of different factors that went into it, and the points just didn't work out that way. It was local preference. There's a bunch of other different things that it wasn't just price driven as far as the proposal. So, but again, it's your discretion.
Well, I'm for one for saving money, and if we can save $4,000, then that's $4,000 we can pay for. I'd go collect Ray Gray's money out there. So, I'm just saying, I don't understand. I mean, maybe we got to throw it out and start over. I don't know.
That's the date.
Unfortunately, we do not have time to throw it out. Our current policy expires September 30th.
Yeah, but you were one of the reviewers on this. I know it's been a little while since you reviewed it. You don't recall the specifics. You want to just hear from the company?
Well, it's very complicated. Insurance is a very tricky thing. I would have to have it sitting in front of me. I know that when I looked at the two of them, I just felt more comfortable with the proposal from Brown & Brown. It was more specific to me. I could understand it better. I had a better feeling for what was covered, what wasn't covered. I know our part of the rating scale, in my mind, was our working relationship that we currently do have. I know that they've been responded well in the past. Not that Mr. Thomas and his organization wouldn't respond just as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I would just like to note that 3 of the 4 reviewers put Priya as the top rank. So, I mean, again, I don't know what all the evaluation criteria are, or why the members of the evaluation team ranked Priya higher, but
I mean, we're looking for cost savings. Maybe he had a nice looking tie on that day that they all liked. I don't know.
well, I don't know what the evaluation criteria were. You gave a few of them.
Do you want to hear from the 2 different companies? I know they seem to be eager to speak with us.
I think we should. We have this deadline, as Debbie says, and we don't have, we can't put this on to the next meeting, or else we're going to have a lapse in our coverages. So we have to act tonight. And so I have a card by Pat Thomas, and would you like to fill out a card also to speak? Sure, if I need to. Yeah, please do. Please do. So let's hear from Mr. Thomas. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Looks like a standoff.
But one of y'all, was there a local preference? One of y'all have an office in Wakulla?
Commissioners, I'm John Pat Thomas. I am from Quincy, Gaston County. Real close to being local. If you look at your RFP and what the guidelines said, you reference Jefferson County, Wakulla, Leon, and Liberty, but you just missed me on Gadsden. First of all, I heard a gentleman say that 40% of the evaluation was based on the actual premium, and the other 60 was based on other criteria. I'm really not sure what that criteria is. It doesn't define it in here. I will tell you, just to give you a real brief history, I am John Pat Thomas. I'm with Pat Thomas and Associates. I'm one of 3 agents that represents the Florida League of Cities throughout the state. And Florida League of Cities writes over 600 governmental accounts, so it's not some fly-by-night, like you probably all heard of Florida League of Cities. Personally, myself as an agent in Quincy, I write 17 governmental accounts from Lafayette County all the way to Washington County. And some accounts we've had on the books for over 35 years. So we're very familiar with the process in working with the administration of these counties. That is our forte. That's what we do. I joint venture with Ken Monaghan, who y'all currently have I think you all know him. He represents the FACT program, who covers the liability for the county. So just to let you know who you're working with, you know you're working with someone that's reliable and trustworthy. I am a little baffled that my premium, based on what the bid specs were, is what we based our premium on, and we're $4,000 less, and I'm a little lost by the committee's recommendation to go with the other person.
Please. Do you know the interview process? Do you know what the differences were that?
I cannot tell you any differences. I had no phone calls from anyone. I don't think Mr. Monaghan had any phone calls from anyone on the committee to ask any questions about what was bid. I assumed that they knew what they were looking at. And,
Is the transition from one company to another simple?
very simple. It's a matter of you commissioners saying you're going to approve going with XYZ or ABC, and it's based on the price that we have bid. And we're held to the fact of the bid specs. And I don't want to get up here, and I know Mr. Dawson doesn't want to get up here, because he and I have gone head-to-head. Believe me, there were 17 counties, we've gone head-to-head. I don't think he wants to get up here tonight and start picking at our coverage or us picking at his coverage. I'm not here to do that. We bid it based on the RFP. We're $4,000 less. And though we may not be from Wakulla County, we are from Gaston County. And association with Kim Monaghan. That ought to have some carry some weight. And I would be glad to answer any questions I can.
That's what we're looking for, but we don't know the questions to ask.
Probably the local preference is going to be my... But,
all right.
Let's give this other gentleman a chance.
Yeah. What's that, Leon? Okay, neither company has it.
okay.
But you're in Gaston, and I want to see where this gentleman's from, so let's let it decide. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Paul Dawson. I'm with Public Risk Insurance Agency. Thanks for having us here today. We appreciate the opportunity to continue service in the county. I personally have provided the property, auto, liability, workers' compensation insurance to the county and to the Firefighters Association for actually better than 6 years, probably closer to 10 years, starting with Parish Barwick, if you can remember back then. And Mr. Kessler, you probably remember me coming up here several times in the past, I think at least 10 years. I live in Orlando. Our office is in Daytona. I travel about 50,000 miles a year, so I would venture to say I spend a lot of time in Wakulla County. I personally write 50 public entity accounts. Our agency handles over 250 public entity accounts, and that's all that we do across the state and have done so for 18 years. This is truly our bailiwick. Now, somebody had asked about the evaluation criteria. I have a copy of it in front of me. It was very succinct and very concise. It was a 100-point system, 20 being level of service, your firm's ability to provide a level of service sufficient to meet the county's need, as stated in the statement, stated in the SOW, I don't remember what, scope of work. Thank you. So that was listed. Here's the scope of work. Experience and qualifications of organization, specific to the success of previous work. Presentation, both written and oral. There wasn't any oral. I didn't receive any phone calls either. Qualifications, experience of the personnel assigned to the county, cost proposal, and local preference. So that's how it was broken down. It was quite a detailed response, I might add, as well. It probably took me 8 to 10 hours to write it and submit how we would respond to specific requests for service. We went into some detail about our ability to respond in the event of a catastrophic event. We're the only agency in Florida that has a formal protocol with FEMA. We meet with their insurance coordinators every year to establish a process by which we assist you, if you had an event, receive public assistance funds as quickly as possible. Things of that nature is how we responded. There was also a question about coverage. We did, the bid specs did include our property, auto, and workers' compensation insurance policy, and there are differences. I have to tell you, to say that it's apples to apples, it never is with insurance. With your personal insurance, it never is. Every policy is a little bit different. I believe what Debbie is referring to is some significant differences in how the companies would react to large catastrophic loss, specifically on your coastal property, all the stuff in Panacea. Pidgeot does not have a wind and hail deductible. We only have a large deductible on named windstorm, and in that both companies are the same. They have a minimum of a $25,000 deductible per location, which eliminates coverage for a lot of your small locations in Panacea. You've got all your sewer lift stations, all along, is it Mash Sands Road? Yeah, those are all 25, 28, $50,000. Our deductible on that stuff is $600, $1,000. Also, you have the Welcome Center, I believe. It's on the Coastal Highway, a larger location as well. So just in a handful of those locations, the deductible difference is hundreds of thousands of dollars, literally, quite literally. Another huge advantage we have is we provide the coverage on a blanket basis. What blanket means is that you're not subject to the listed value of a location. I'll give you an example. The ambulance service building is on your schedule for $82,000. The carrier paid for an independent appraisal a couple of years ago. It was appraised at $113,000. County decided not to implement that, which I agreed with at the time because we had got this blanket coverage. If that building were lost and it cost you $113,000, we'd give you $113,000. The League of Cities would give you no more than $82,000. If it was a partial loss, because they have a co-insurance penalty, you would get less than the actual loss if it wasn't a total loss. They would reduce your claim by 20% unless it was a total loss. I'm just hitting some highlights. There's others. I happen to be kind of a student and a guru of coverage. I like reading it. I compare it constantly. I think it's one of the reasons it makes me a good agent, especially for public entities, because these things can be quite confusing. Our flood deductible on all those locations on Mash Sands Road is $5,000. Theirs is $500,000. So most of the difference is in deductibles. Our auto policy, I understand you guys have some take-home vehicles. Some of your emergency people have take-home vehicles. We have no restriction whatsoever. With the League of Cities, you'll be required to schedule that vehicle and schedule that driver and not deviate from that. Otherwise, you subject yourself possibly to not having coverage. So, differences in coverage, I believe there are. I think I've hit some of the highlights. Well, the other thing I wanted to mention, you guys have a lot of parks, some nice parks, some new parks as well. We have this thing I call the 1,000-foot rule. We cover anything and everything, all the property in the open, that is within 1,000 feet of a scheduled location. Fences, lights, ballpark lights, they don't have to be scheduled. Automatic coverage included as part of the building or structure that's listed. The League of Cities, their policy states unequivocally that you must schedule each and every item, no matter how small. So you would have to add all that stuff to the actual policy to get coverage. I think I've hit the highlights. I see your eyes going back in your head because this is insurance, and I get it. And I think the difference is $2,000. I'm doing the math. Maybe I'm doing it wrong.
Yeah, it's about $2,000.
Yeah, about $2,000. $2,082.
Must use different math than I do.
Yeah, I must.
I've got 218,930 versus 216,848.
No.
214,805.
When I did the sheet, I reviewed the Florida League. We also included in this RFP, we requested a quote for AD&D coverage.
Oh, you took that out, okay.
For the firefighters as a statutory requirement that we carry this coverage. It's a coverage that we've not had in the past. And the Florida League of Cities quoted us for our entire fire department, including volunteers, and they didn't need to quote for volunteers. They only needed to quote us for paid staff. So they quoted us for the entire thing. So what I did is I adjusted their quote to basically be equal with the other quotes that we had received for just the paid.
Okay.
That's where the $2,000 is.
Understood. Thank you.
Good job. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
Are we more confused?
No, I mean, I feel better now knowing that. I mean, cheaper is not always better.
I didn't want to get into this point where it was going to be just what he said. We don't do this, we do this, because it's totally unfounded. We went strictly by the bid specs. We're going to cover you what your bid specs say. Florida League of Cities has over 600 governmental accounts. I believe they know what they're doing.
Can I ask you what would the deductible be on a lift station on?
There's a 5% main storm wind deductible.
5%.
And they had the same thing. It says it right in your policy. See, this is what happens, Commissioner.
We've heard from the two candidates. We'll see what happens in November, right? All right, thank you. We can keep on going round and round with that, but I think the board has gotten a little bit better flavor of where our staff was in about making this, or trying to come to the best evaluation that they could, and now we'd entertain a motion from the board.
I move that we approve the suggested company, Priya.
There's a motion by Commissioner Stewart.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Arts.
Yes, taking the recommendations of the evaluation committee.
Okay, any further discussion from the board? Good? Okay, call for the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you both for your presentation.
Don't shake hands.
We've been doing it for 10 years, and we'll do it another 10. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
All right, well, that's pretty interesting. Okay. So we made it through the consent agenda.
We put our confidence in you, staff. Thank you for evaluating that for us and working out the details in advance.
Question about this insurance from the volunteers,
Can it be handled after, or?
whatever, but I understood it. One of the companies, done away with it, volunteers.
No, I think what happened is when they submitted a bid that included insuring volunteers, and that's not what the quote asked for.
A specific insurance for the volunteers. I'm sure we already have. I know we have.
Separate policy.
Exactly.
You still have insurance.
Right. You got it, Chief.
Just tell me, but I got to ask these questions.
That's good. Okay, we're on to general business at this point in time. You want to take a, well, let's take a 5-minute break. Okay. Back to this meeting. We're into general business. First item 20. Mr. Pingree, will you introduce this?
Commissioners, item number 20, get that further away. First item under general business, board, consideration and approval to waive the moratorium that currently exists on travel to send 4 Crawfordville DFD members to attend both the state of Florida's Fallen Firefighter Memorial Ceremony and the National Fallen Firefighter Memorial Ceremony.
Move to authorize waiving the travel moratorium for the purpose of attending the State Line of Duty Death Memorial Ceremony and authorize the provision of county vehicles and fuel costs, and approval to travel to the Federal Line of Duty Death Memorial Ceremonies, authorizing travel costs not to exceed the total of $2,058.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Brock, second by Commissioner Stewart. Any citizens to speak on this? Any further board discussion?
I was going to say, I'm glad we had a chance to talk about it and let people know that we're sending people to this memorial, but it probably could have been under a consent item if we had things like this in the future.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you for the comment. The call for the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously.
Mr. Chairman,
move that we accept the evaluations and transmit same to the chairman for action in accordance with the employment agreement between the board and the county administrator.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Stewart, second by Commissioner Brock, and I'm just going to ask Commissioner Brock, I'm okay with the motion, but just to redo that, if you could. Okay, so we have all the same scores.
Okay. The one I gave Jessica has the renewed scores. I fixed them again.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, great. And then Commissioner Ross, do we have yours also? Okay. So somehow tonight we'll have all 5 of us. Got it? Okay, great. We have a motion, second. Call for the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So it passes unanimously. Thank you. 22.
22. Commissioners, this is request for board approval of a resolution and certifications to accept the Public Housing Agency's 2010 to 2014 5-year and 2010 annual plan. This is a plan that must be submitted to HUD annually, always in these multi-year increments. Any local, regional, state agency who receives funds must submit the PHA plan and certification October 1st of each year to be in compliance. Your analysis goes through some of the highlights of this list, and I note that Director Nelson is here in case you have any questions, as are Ms. Stevens and myself. What we're requesting at the end of the discussion, which may expand over elsewhere, ultimately is to approve the resolution certifications so we can get that timely up to our oversight agency. We're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, so the other request, board approval of resolution and certifications to accept the Public Housing Agency 5-year and 2010 annual plan. Is there a motion?
So moved.
There's a motion by Commissioner Green to approve. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Stewart. I discussed this with County Attorney. My concerns were, well, limited discussion with County Attorney. My concerns were that we included in here, it says that we're listed as troubled. And my concern was, if listed as troubled, and if we go back to the actual evaluation, it's pretty significantly troubled. And it's been that way for 3 years, with in non-compliance for 3 years. This here, if the board approves it, and if the board sometime in the future decides to move to outsourcing of these programs, this still can help us.
Yeah, this is a required action by October 1. You need to submit these plans. It does not preclude you from exploring outsourcing opportunities.
Okay. All right, that's what I just really want to make sure of, because I think there's room for that discussion to come about. Commissioner Rotz.
And do you feel confident that these are, is an adequate or sufficient response to the CMAP, the issues raised in the CMAP?
This isn't a response to the CMAP report. This is just an annual report that has to be filed by, it's a public housing, maybe Mr. Nelson, but this is not your response to the CMAP.
No, I know, but it says revise the administrative plan to address the program deficiencies cited in CMAP indicators, and then it lists those deficiencies.
It asks us what status we are in, so we had to put our status. The housing plan is only because agencies receive money, and some agencies have capital funds. We don't have any capital funds, and so this report goes in for capital funds, and asks how much money have you spent. There's actually a report on how much you spent. The only things that we have on this report is that we're troubled. We let them know that we're troubled. And also we had to do the civil rights or the civil rights certificate, or the drug-free certificate, and also just a certification. The housing plan is only because of capital funds, and we don't receive any. But we had to note that we're troubled. We are a troubled organization.
Right, but what I'm asking on page 2, where it says PHA plan update, and it's listing all the things that you're going to do to correct deficiencies in the CMAP program and whatever. I'm just asking our attorney and our director of planning and community development, given the CMAP report, is this adequate, sufficient?
There are 14 markers on the CMAP.
Right.
Okay, and it's saying that we're troubled in many of those 14 markers. That's all the report is saying. It's not saying this is correction to those markers or this is the action that we're going to take to correct those. Now, we had 30 days from the time that we received that report to actually send back a report to in a separate situation, not included in this, to HUD saying, okay, we're going to answer, this is how we're going to answer the CMAP report that they just sent us. This is only letting them know that we understand that we are troubled.
Right, but you're also saying we are going to revise the administrative plans to address the program deficiencies cited in the CMAP indicators, and I just...
Yes, we're going to submit a new housing plan. We have to. The last one that was submitted was back in 2003, and so we have to submit a new housing plan.
Commissioner Arts, the 14 indicators here are the indicators that are evaluated in the CMAP, and the response back to the CMAP will be coming, it's due within the next 30 days. So it'll address each of these
Each individual item.
But this is not an action plan to get back into compliance, what you're approving tonight.
Okay. So we have two citizens. Thank you, Mr. Nelson. We have two citizens to speak. Ms. Renee Calhoun.
Commissioners, y'all know who I am. We all know the stimulus money for the weatherization program was pulled. We all know the DCA reviewed the light heat program and it's a failure. We all know the SHIP program has some serious issues that have been taken to criminal investigators. Now we find out the HUD Section 8 program is and has been in trouble for years. There is no lower status than troubled, other than taking the program away from the county staff. The HUD review was one of the worst reports about a program I ever read. I could not complete the list of issues in that report within the 3 minutes I have to speak here, so I will just touch on a few of the issues. On the first page of the report, it says the office is extremely concerned that for the last 3 years, the Housing Department has continued to function in a non-compliant status with federal regulations. It further states, failure to address the issues identified by HUD in previous reviews and not following federal regulations indicates a lack of leadership and poor management. The information contained within the rest of the 21 pages is a mirror of the reviews that have been conducted by the DCA for the other housing programs. Once again, we find out that reports are not being submitted, wrong dates on contracts, staff is not fully aware of the process for just about everything, including how to enforce violations. They have not expanded housing opportunities, they are not submitting forms, and there is a lack of documentation for just about everything. The HUD reviewer even states, quote, it was impossible to determine if applicants had been selected in an unbiased way and according to Wakulla County's own housing authority plan. Commissioners, you cannot keep ignoring the elephant in the room. Every program in the housing department is failing. I have only researched the last year, and I know that you should have known that the HUD department had been failing for 3 years. And if you didn't, you need to ask why you didn't know. The one thing your staff does well is spend money. The review does state the housing department spent 101% of the funds. There's a director and 2 administrators for each of the 4 coordinators. The HUD reviewer stated there's a lack of communication between the executive director and the coordinator. It's a small chain of command, commissioners. How in the world can that be happening? Commissioners Brock, Arts, Stewart, every time Chairman Kessler has tried to do something about this housing department, you've shut him down and said, let's wait and see. Your wait-and-see leadership is not dealing with fixing or dealing with anything that will be a fix for this, and we need to stop the bleeding immediately. The fact that every program in the department is failing, and some have been failing for years, begs the question, what in the world are county employees doing for 40 hours a week? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Charles Hickman?
Thank you. My name is Charles Hickman. I reside at 528 Hickorywood Drive. And quite honestly, I was appalled when I saw this report. I've dealt with many federal agencies through the years, and the first thing that hit me whenever I looked at this report, and I'm no attorney, but a date stamp to me is not the time that you start counting. I have never seen a report, and I would have been on the phone immediately back to the agency who did this report, asking for what date did this start, because it says as of the date of this report. Well, the report isn't dated. There's not even a file number on it. I've never seen that from a federal agency. And the first thing I would have done was pick up the phone and call this agency and say, where are these items, so I know how much more time I have. The second thing is that you're being asked to vote on a plan. I don't know if you have that plan in your book or not, or if you've had the opportunity to read that plan. To me, before you approve anything, especially a plan that is showing so many deficiencies, and I can just hold this up and show you all the zeros on it, I don't have to go into detail. There's only 3 out of 14 items that pass. Now, maybe some of these don't have to be addressed, but to me, before this individual left the office, they sat down and they went over the deficiencies. Why is it that it's just now coming before you? To me, this is something that your management should have brought to you and said, we've got problems and we need to solve them now. Before we get this report, we get started on it. Not wait until you get the report and then start on it. And now you're sitting here being asked to complete a plan or approve a plan that you may or may not have in front of you. I certainly haven't seen it. It wasn't on the internet. So it's a situation to me that if I were in your shoes, I would ask for a workshop. And I would want to go over that plan to see if they meet the criteria of this Section 8, just the beginning. I mean, I don't know how you can approve a plan when you don't know what the plan is. So that's my suggestion, that you have a workshop.
Thank you. County Attorney, what we have in our book as attachment 1, that is the plan? Okay.
I believe so. Alfred?
That's it. This is the document. It's no plan. This document is only because you get money, and because you're saying whether or not you spent money in an area like capital funds. Did you use the money for anything other than housing-related issues? This is it. This is the 3 documents, 2 pages, 3 pages that they give you to denote whatever you did. It's separate from the issue that the gentleman just talked about. It's not the same. This is an annual plan that we have to do, and a 5-year plan. And this is it. This is the document. Now only other thing I can see that we can do to this is just attach your budget, this county budget to it, to show that we don't spend any money. But this is it. It's only these 3 documents.
Right, and these blanks that are here, do they have to be, like, filled in any way, like on page one?
No, none of those have to be
I don't know
filled.
these forms at all, so I'm just asking out of, I don't know. None of that has to be...
None of those have to be filled in.
Okay.
It can be easily sent to HUD and let HUD take a look at it also, but it doesn't. None of these have to be filled in. This is the plan. We're mixing apples and oranges, or what, however we want to put it. This is a PHA plan for 5 years that just saying that we didn't spend any money on anything other than HUD-related issues.
Over the last year.
Over the last year. If you look, it's a lot of other documents that could be added to this. On page 3 in section 11, that could be added, other than the certification that we have. But we don't use any of those other things.
Okay, thank you. So we have a plan here. I mean, it's specific to us because I noticed the number of HCV units is 250. That's what we were allocated.
You have the plan, and I mean, just to build on some of all of the comments, I want to be very clear with the board on this point. This is a requirement. This is the fundamental PHA plan.
Right.
This is not to say in any way we are not paying attention to the CMAP findings. Those are very serious concerns that were very clearly identified to us by our federal oversight agency. We have already met with those department folks to make sure, not that it looked like they were mincing words, it didn't, but to make sure that we got all of them, and so that we can deal with that appropriately. I do believe that'll be an issue that'll come back at the next board meeting, but I just want to be very clear that we are taking the CMAP, which you attached to your 28-point B, Mr. Chairman, we're taking that very seriously.
Okay. And the comment that was made, I forget which speaker made it, but there was a comment made about when we became aware, like we know now we got this report that recently came to us. We got a couple of documents over the last week, and this was one of them. And so, and then in that document they say we've been out of compliance for 3 years. Did we know before that we had problems? And if so, when?
The first I became, I mean, at my level, and then we can go down, I would assume Alfred has known about this for a number of years. If they say that they've been telling us for 3 years, you can ask Lindsay how long she's known. I became aware of this about a month ago when the attorney and Lindsay received a phone call from our oversight agency letting us know that, hey, you got a report with some serious concerns about to head your way. We want to start working with you on this. So that's when it came to my attention.
And as soon as I took over the housing department, we had a HUD review. We received a trouble status, and that's what's on this report. We worked with HUD on every one of those issues. If you look at the email track, you'll see what we worked on. Every one of those issues, we sent many of those to the board. But the fact of the matter is, the person that worked on those, if it seems like there is no continuity between the housing director and the coordinator's not here anymore. The coordinator left. It takes a long time to train somebody again to do these issues, to perform these issues. So I had to train another coordinator. Myself and Jackie Flowers worked on every one of these issues. We worked with HUD. We went to HUD. We had HUD to come down. We submitted agenda items on these issues. We thought we had most of them taken care of, and here we are again. And when Jackie left, a lot of these issues you can only explain if you have the knowledge. You can only explain the waiting list if you put people on if you move somebody on the waiting list. Jackie did it. She, I don't sit on and put people on the waiting list every day. Rent reasonableness. She does rent reasonableness. Only she can explain what she did at that time to make that work. Nobody else can do that. So if we can't maintain a person in that position for a year, you're never gonna pass it. You're never gonna pass it. And there's nothing that I can do personally unless I sit in Section 8 all day. if we get one coordinator and they're not there for a year, if our coordinator leaves right now, guess what? We start all back over again, trying to figure out what that person did, and that's the problem. That's where it lies. Only thing that I can present to them is like, if I submit a resolution to the board, yeah, that's something that I did. But the waiting list, that coordinator puts the people on from the waiting list, and they have to explain, okay, this is what I did. If they put someone outside the waiting list, then they have to explain how they did it.
Commissioners, just to build on what Director Nelson is saying, we will be coming back with a comprehensive plan on the CMAP findings, which we find to be very serious in nature. We're not prepared to present those to you tonight, but you will see them fairly soon.
Commissioner Ross?
Yeah, is this going to the same people who sent us the CMAP? Okay, it is. And this kind of gets back to what I was saying. Like, there's a sentence in here that says, Wakulla County Housing has met many of the goals and objectives established in the fiscal year 2005-2009 five-year agency plan. Well, did we really meet many of the goals and objectives established in the 2005-2009 five-year plan?
The goals are on the first page.
Right, and then when I look at those, goal, improve the quality of assistant housing, but our CMAP report says we aren't evaluating quality, or we are, so I just don't want us to look bad sending a plan saying,
The 2009...
The CMAP report was for the fiscal year that ended in 2009. In our conversations with these folks, let me back up. I think they're expecting that the board will timely do the approval for the PHA plan. I think they're also expecting from my office on down, we're going to be paying close attention to the CMAP and correcting the deficiencies that exist in this program that they lord over upon, and that we are entrusted with managing. And that is a bigger conversation, and that's not this though.
And what happens if we don't do this? We get another strike against us? Is that if we don't submit a plan?
Yeah, if you don't submit a plan, it's a strike against.
And this is our last chance between now and October 1 to do.
Yeah, this is it.
We're working closely with
You can correct this plan. I'm saying you can submit it today. If you don't like it, you can bring it back to the board and make a change to the plan. It can be corrected throughout the year. It doesn't have to. This doesn't have to be the plan. You can change it.
I'll say this. During my conversation one business day ago, with the line manager at the federal level, I am confident that she understands how seriously Wakulla County administration, all the way down through, is taking the CMAP report. I think they are.
And seeing this isn't going to change their opinion any.
No, it won't. But the response to the CMAP will. And that's what they're really focusing in on. Okay. Us being able to demonstrate our knowledge, our abilities, our timeliness, our comprehensivity, those kinds of things, not in writing in a report, but in month-to-month filings. That's what they're looking towards, and that's what we need to focus on too.
So we have a motion and a second to approve the resolution, as mentioned, option 1. Any further board discussion? Hearing none, call for the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? It passes.
Aye.
Okay, it passes 4 to 1. Now I'm going to move to item 28B, as in Bob. This item requests the board to take action regarding the additional information that came before the board during the past week. And one of those items was this report that we got. And I don't want to go through it, and I don't want to read individual things in that report. I think we all know it was not a good report. What I really want to do is, and I had just hurriedly put this thing together after getting those documents, and I really would like to do is to ask the board to consider really directing our staff, our county attorney, to look at how we possibly could go about outsourcing. And the reason I say this is, I'm speaking from the perspective, again, from not wanting to lose programs from our county. And I want these jobs for not only our employees, but I want them for the tradesmen that are out there, and I just think the board has to really start making a positive move to try to protect the programs that we have here in the county right now. And so I'm not passing the gavel. I'm not going to make a specific motion other than to suggest that consider directing staff to look into how we might go about outsourcing.
Are you referring just to Section 8 or to all of the housing programs?
I would say all.
All. I agree. I think it's a good idea.
We made a motion and approved that last week.
I think last week we approved just doing the stimulus funding. We're discussing doing.
No, on my agenda item, we talked about housing, and we agreed not to wait till the results of the independent investigation, but we said we were going to direct staff to intensify their efforts to improve the performance of the housing department before those results are in, and to explore outsourcing. That was the motion, and it passed. So we already directed them to do that. I haven't heard when we're going to hear any results.
I'll just add a word to that suggestion as to expedite. I think we're out here now, and we really have to start moving.
We understand the concerns, and I'm not prepared, I don't think Alfred, we're not prepared to detail anything tonight, but we listened at the last meeting, and we listen now.
Okay, so if we could have a motion just to expedite that staff direction on outsourcing. I would. Okay, Commissioner Brock makes a motion, second by Commissioner Stewart.
I just want to say, I've had conversations with staff, and that's my impression that something will be coming up in the very near future. I know this motion's just making it so that we've said it, but when my conversations have gone, I don't feel like they're dragging on this.
Okay, no, I'm not suggesting that they are either, but I think that the public needs to know that the board is responding. Okay.
2 weeks in a row.
Right.
2 meetings in a row.
Tune in next week, right? So all those in favor say, we have a, we do, we have a, which is good. Okay. Yes. Questions from the
board?
Oh, sure, please. Do you have a question?
Are we talking about a permanent transfer of assignment?
Well, for as long as we make that contract. For as long as we make that contract. We can have a contract for X number of years. I don't know the specifics of how an outsourcing contract is.
I think it'll be brought up at a future meeting, and we'll actually talk about it more there.
I'm concerned and wonder if our program has had the opportunity, the chance, with all of the moving and leaving and transferring and training, lack of training possibly, if our folks have had the opportunity to really work at this program.
And I'm not suggesting that any action is taken right now except giving staff direction to move ahead and bring that option back to us. And we can then look at the thing and say, well, listen, we should give this another year, another 5 years, or whatever, or we want to go to outsourcing. That's a board decision and discussion at that time. What I'm suggesting right now is that we be prepared soon to look at that option along with, do we continue the programs we have in-house?
Well, I just would like to feel that our folks have had the opportunity and all of the things that go along with it to perform, to do the job like it should be done. If we can feel that they have had that, then move forward.
If it's helpful, Commissioners and Commissioner Green, I would be remiss if I did not echo your comment. You know, it is very important for any employer to give the tools and resources for success and then to hold accountable those staff to meet those challenges. And we want to make sure that that's occurring here as well.
It's my understanding that this independent review is also kind of a problem-solving training kind of thing. So that will be going on over, in the very near future. But we're also going to be looking at what are all our other options.
We weren't able to get that in time for this meeting. I do regret that, but I would expect to see this at your next meeting in a bit more thorough fashion.
Okay, so we'll call for the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. Now, I'm going.
Go into your other item.
Thank you. We'll go to...
Mr. Nelson, go home.
Right. Item 28A is an apple. This requests the board approval to pave Concord Road. We won't go through the item, but just to say that Concord Road is very close to Burn Fountain that we just agreed to pave. It's a neighborhood road that would act as a decompressor to the neighborhood, as to a lesser extent, but to a similar extent as Tafflinger. So I would ask if...
To approve paving of Concord Road.
Motion by Commissioner Stewart, second by Commissioner Brock to approve the paving of Concord Road. Please, do you have any comments? Do we have to identify funding source?
And while Pete's walking up here, I want to reiterate that I think that we as a board should be looking to develop our urban core town center areas as much as possible with services such as sewer, which I'm planning to bring up at a future meeting in those areas, and paved roads in those areas where we don't have them within a mile of our town center, for sure.
Can I ask one thing, if we can, how much further is it if we go to Concord, how far is it out to Martin Luther? Turn the corner and take it out to the Martin Luther.
It's not very far. I just...
yards, 100 yards?
No, it's...
more than that?
No, 1/8 of a mile or so. I mean, it's very short.
I mean, we ought to connect, we're going to connect it to the paved road on Raywinkle. We ought to connect it while we're there so the folks can get out and go that way. And while we're doing it, we ought to turn left, I'm saying, go out to...
that dangerous intersection?
But realigning it would be a problem due to private property there. So that's but we we're looking at this. There is money in various paving funds that we haven't really got assigned anything, and that's what we're doing Raywinkle with. Brim Fountain. What we'd like to do, we're going to have kind of a break in Lower Old Bethel Road through our next section of paving. And I'd like to try to get both of those roads together and pave them at the same time, because we save money on mobilization and go ahead and move forward this project pretty fast.
Okay. So, but can you explain the problem that we might have with Commissioner Stewart's suggestion?
The issue with going around and connecting to...
No, I just hadn't looked at it, but I didn't look at that part of it, but I don't think it's going to be a problem.
Okay. So we ought to connect. That'd be 2 connector roads that we would...
We're also at our community traffic safety team meeting tomorrow. We're going to talk about making a 3-way stop at that intersection.
Right.
If we're going to change the Brim Fountain to a 1-way road, we're going to have signage out there notifying the public. Let's put the same sign. We kind of do this all at the same time. We could use the same lighted billboards and or signboards notifying the
changing traffic patterns all at the same time.
Where Raywinkle and, okay, I was
that's
thinking Brim Fountain Freeway. I was
No,
like,
no. But that's,
if we wrap Concord around, that would connect it over to the road, that right now, two roads merge together into one, right? Is that right there? Am I thinking the right place?
I think it goes straight out.
Okay.
I think it goes straight out to the
red land by there.
Oh.
Just would go and turn and hook right into.
So barring any problems with right-of-way, amenable to amend the motion and the second to continue out at the east end of Concord and go out to Martin Luther King Jr.
Okay.
Larry, please stay. Okay. So what the additional cost of that's going to be roughly? Are we talking 100,000 now, or what? Do you have any idea?
I don't know. I don't think it's going to exceed 100,000. The whole project won't exceed $100,000. I think it was only $70,000 to do the Concord, and then the rest. It's very short the rest of the way out.
Okay. Refresh my memory. It was a while back where we said we were going to update our road paving matrix, and lately we just seem to kind of throw one road out there at a time, and I'm not sure like where this falls on a road paving matrix, or if we pave this, what's not getting paved instead. I don't know. Do you?
Going by your paving matrix, your roads for the near future have been assigned Old Bethel, Old Shell Point. And these other roads have just come up, and I really haven't looked at the matrix to see where they've came up with the matrix.
Okay, well, I would like to have a copy of the updated road matrix.
There is none.
Okay, well.
There's a committee working on it, and it's,
right.
includes the school board, as the EMS department, sheriff's department. I'm not on that committee. I know that they've met a couple of times and have come up and worked on it, but I'm just not sure where we're at on that.
Okay, my other question has to do with, I know when we paved Tafflinger, I asked if we could do a sleeve or whatever you call it, so we could, so sewer could be available without having to tear up the road or whatever. And in Tafflinger, you said there was enough right-of-way that we didn't need to worry about that. But now we're going to pave Green Fountain and Concord. And so is there a way before we put down the asphalt to, do whatever is done so that sewer could be connected more easily there without having to later tear up the roads? Or I don't know that much about the process, but is there a way to get us better positioned to connect all of those with sewer before we actually pave?
We'd have to look at a dry line being put in the ground, but I haven't looked at having thought about that aspect of it. We have a line on Brim Fountain, but I don't think future sewer expansion will probably anything has to go down Brim Fountain. I believe it's going to. There's some right of ways. I got a feeling there's some development that has talked about giving us the right of way from Tafflinger over to 319. So the future sewer line going, or expansion in that area, the sewer line probably won't go down Brim Fountain.
And there may not be enough to warrant Brim Fountain, but Concord? Could you look at that then before we proceed with the...
We do have a good right of way there, so I'll look at it.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Do you want to look at sewering at some time in the very near future?
Dry line, that's what it's called.
So where have we ended up with this motion?
My motion is that we pave Concord, turning and connecting to Raywinkle and Martin Luther King.
Do we have a second to that? Okay.
Do we need to say anything about trying to I think from what I heard, from looking at it, there's enough right-of-way to have a sewer line there. Do we need to...
We have, on Concord, we have 50 foot of right-of-way.
50 foot of right-of-way, and how much do we need for a road? Both directions, so 40, so we have an extra 10 feet of right-of-way. Come back.
20 foot is the road, then you have the swales,
Yeah.
you have plenty.
Okay.
All right, so the motion is to proceed with this project, okay? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? It passes unanimously. Okay.
My next.
I'm looking right now, it's, yes.
Okay. I just want to ask the board to, I reported to y'all before that I went on my own and had been trying to work with the fire department to bring the two parties together as one and not be known as the volunteers and the paid, but that we be one fire department. Anyway, the short of the long is that I'm just asking, I met with Ben, myself, all the fire chiefs got together, and we aired our complaints, and we concluded that the best way to resolve issues from here on out is to form a committee, have a commissioner serve on it with a 5-person committee, 2 volunteers and 2 paid, and a commissioner. And just that way all issues could be resolved, and then if it's something that needs to come to the board for a vote, then that commissioner could bring it to the board and present it and move on from there. So everybody agreed, it was unanimous, and that's the direction that we would like to go. So I'm asking you to authorize a 5-person committee and appoint a commissioner to serve on the committee. A motion.
I'll second the motion.
Motion by Commissioner Stewart to establish the committee, and seconded by Commissioner Brock.
I said second also.
I'm sorry.
That's fine.
Okay.
Do you want to serve as the commissioner?
I would like to, but
I'm okay
I'll
with
yield
that.
to anybody else who would like to do it, but I'll be glad to do it.
Okay, can we make that as part of a friendly change?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So there's a motion to establish the committee, have Commissioner Stewart be the commissioner to that committee, and seconded by Commissioner Brock. Citizens to speak on this issue? None. Any further board comment? None. Call for the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It passes unanimously. Commissioner Hawks.
Thank you. I was pleased to see a lot of support for recycling at our solid waste workshop. So I'm proposing that we establish a recycling task force that not just, I don't want to report, I don't want them just to propose ways to increase recycling. I want them, to the extent possible, to actually try to pursue ways to increase recycling. So I identified 5 specific tasks for this task force and some minimum members, but I would like to see broad representation. I sent this out to a fair number of people who seemed to like the idea. A lot of people indicated a willingness to be involved. I do know we have the RCAP workshop coming up on October 7th, and they do have some recycling recommendations. So if the commissioners could identify some of who they would like to appoint to this to attend the RCAP workshop, I think that would get them off to a running start. So I move that we establish a recycling task force.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Arts to establish a recycling task force, seconded by Commissioner Stewart. Any citizens to speak on this issue? Further board discussion?
Good idea. I welcome anyone who's interested in serving on this committee to contact me from my district. And I'm sure we all do.
Okay, yes, I think that's, everyone that's listening out there, if you have interest, contact any of us, and we'll be sure to try to get you involved. Call for the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It passes unanimously. County Attorney?
Chairman. My first item is a request for board approval for a comprehensive revision of the ordinances relating to code enforcement and the animal control ordinance. In working with staff over the past year, we know that they've identified several specific issues they would like addressed. We've identified several more. In light of the tight budget times, we just wanted to bring this back to you and see if the board would like us to go ahead, because we do believe it's going to take more than the 10-hour cap that we have in our current contract for ordinance revisions. It's probably going to take closer to 30 hours to do this comprehensive revision. And just wanted to give you all the opportunity to prioritize that if you wanted to.
Don't want to do this pro bono. You're not going to get that now.
So this would come back with y'all having, instead of having a committee writing the ordinance, y'all would write the ordinance.
Yes. No, we would do it. I mean, we need to revise your existing junk ordinance, your existing animal control ordinance, and your provision in your ordinance on the condemnation review team, to bring that under code enforcement instead of having it done as a separate team. That's, I can't remember who's on it, but I think it's a 3-member team. Housing director, building official, and the planning director. So we're just looking we want to throw it out there, see how you all want us to proceed.
What does that equate to in dollars?
Depending on how long it takes, it's between right under 5,000 and right under 6,000. And it depends on if I draft, if we have, most of it an associate will do, so it would be at the lower end.
So all of them would be the price that you're saying, or you have two different prices?
Our partner rate's $175 and our associate's at $150, so it depends on how much interaction I have to have in the process, and I don't know until we actually get into it, but most of the work would be done at an associate rate.
But you're saying one would be 5,000 code enforcement, the other one, animal control, would be 6,000. That's what you're saying?
No, if you're dealing with, we're projecting that all of it would take about 30 hours.
Okay.
So it's not cumulative, that's total.
Okay.
Okay. Desire of the board what is the desire of the board?
This is one of those things, if it's like preventative maintenance. If we don't fix it, we're going to pay more legal fees later. And we're damned if we do and we're damned if we don't. So we're hung over the barrel again with, I love attorneys. I just don't like paying y'all, but one of those evil things we got to do.
Are you saying I'm evil, Commissioner?
I didn't say you.
No, I mean, we're sensitive to the budget. That's why we're bringing it to y'all, so you could tell us whether that's a priority for you all. I mean, ideally, we'd like to revise your entire land development code as well. I mean, I think there's significant things there, but that's not in your budget, and we're not. This is something we think we could make a difference. Specifically, one of my main concerns is the CRT process. I do think there are some potential due process problems with the way it's set out right now, so I'd really like to get that fixed. And anytime you're dealing with code enforcement, that there are issues, and if you can be more specific.
Move to approve the comprehensive revision of certain county ordinances and authorize county attorney to exceed 10-hour cap.
Would you add on there not to exceed 30 hours?
But not to exceed 30 hours without coming back to us?
Sure.
I can second that.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Brock, second by Commissioner Stewart. No citizens to speak on this issue. Any further?
There's one card.
Oh, Ralph.
Thomas, 637 Hunters Trace. I've certainly spoken a couple times on animal control issues, no doubt about that, and I just wanted to publicly acknowledge that I've spent some time talking to Commissioner Stewart, county attorney, county administrator, and just wanted to thank them for the time that they've addressed some concerns that I've had. Certainly the budget, I don't know the solution to that, but there's certainly the budget concern of whether or not we have the money to spend. So, I don't know. If there's another way, I like to be one of those people that just doesn't complain, but is willing to be a part of the solution. solution. So if I can be a part of the solution and save the county any money, I'm willing to offer the services and serve on a committee or help in any regard, if I can. Obviously, I'm not an attorney, and so I don't know if that can be carved out and then spend less time with the attorney reviewing it. I don't know the answer to that. Just want that considered, and I'm sure other people would be willing to serve and help, cut costs if that's possible.
Thank you. I will call for the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. County Attorney, there was another item? Oh, right. I don't need mine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next item is we're asking for board consideration of a mediated settlement agreement in the matter of Ronald Fred Crum and Eloise Crum, Larry and Patricia Tucker versus Wakulla County. We previously discussed this in our executive session. We have a mediated settlement agreement, and we are recommending approval. If you'd like me to go through the terms of it, I will. It's at the board's discretion.
I move that we pay the mediated settlement agreement of $117,500 in full satisfaction of all attorney fees, costs, damages, or claims whatsoever.
And approve the other terms in the agreement.
Yes.
Thank you.
Second. Motion by Commissioner Stewart, second by Commissioner Brock. Any citizens to speak on this?
One additional, I don't know if you want to get direction on where the funding should come from? We can do that separately.
What's going on there? What are you eating?
Dinner.
Yes.
It is a little piece of peanut butter in between two wonderful crackers.
All right.
I'm sorry. Were you able to identify those two accounts, sir?
Just trying to get direction on where the funding should come from.
Good.
Looks like it's the reserve account, then? All of it in reserve? Okay, yes, if you could, in approving whatever motion for payment, note that funds will be transferred appropriately, or budget amendment will be performed appropriately from the general fund reserve account to make that payment.
Do we have enough?
This year we do. Next year we wouldn't.
Okay, so the motion would include that funding source? Okay. For discussion by the board, hearing none, call for the motion. All those...
Commissioner Stewart, do you want us to acknowledge you? I want to thank you. I want to thank you for going and mediating this down and getting the number down from how much they originally asked for down to this lower sum. It still hurts. It doesn't hurt as bad as it could have. So thank you. And closing it all up, it's all tied up and done now. There won't be another settlement coming in this case.
Thank you.
117,500.
This is for the settlement of an action brought against the county regarding public records in a Ronald Fred Crum case.
Public records and the wetlands ordinance.
Yeah.
It all started from the wetlands ordinance, the old wetlands ordinance.
I would have started that. I know it's public record now. I'll have to do it. Full story now.
Well, the board already has passed that time, and it was listed on the agenda as an item forthcoming. I think it'd be better to read the documents, and then if you want to speak at some later time, so feel free to do so. Okay, call for the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. And I also want to thank Commissioner Stewart for his efforts.
Thank you. I just want to give you a brief verbal update on I was hoping to have a final order entered in the matter concerning the Wakulla Gardens deed restriction. We haven't received our final order yet, but we have, together with the Panacea Area Development Corporation, which was the entity that set up Wakulla Gardens, entered a consented motion for entry of final judgment, and we're expecting one soon. I'll let you know. Finally, I wanted to get clarification. This is not actually finally. I have one more after this. I wanted to get clarification from the board. Back when we had our second workshop on solid waste, we discussed a solid waste licensing program that was sort of going hand in hand with the solid waste assessment. Now that the board has determined not to impose a solid waste assessment, we had a workshop scheduled for October 7th to discuss the hauler licensing. And I wanted to get direction from you on whether you wanted to still have that workshop or cancel it at this point.
I still want us to get to where we're going to pay for this, and I think Alan's going to bring something to us that we're going to do that work out there. Just it's a matter of how we're going to pay for it. I'm looking forward to some other method that's going to pay for it. So I think we still need to go down this road. So we still need to have that meeting.
Okay, we may want to push it out a month then so that we can figure out the payment source and tie it all together. Because right now we were going forward with the assessment and the licensing was sort of tailored to that aspect. So perhaps we could delay the workshop a month while we work out to November 4th. Otherwise, I feel like you're going to end up having two workshops on it.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I don't want to do that.
So that's why.
I'm just building on that, I guess, issue. Do you need a motion for that?
I think,
you can if you want, but I don't think we set it for a date specific, so we can just push it out a month.
Okay.
Building on that, and noting the board's desire and determining, okay, how are we going to move forward with our solid waste issues? The board at the workshop, not the workshop, at the special meeting, public hearing, I need to get clarification for, do all of you want to be involved in our conversations with USDA, Mary Gavin, as to what's involved? Do you still want it to be Commissioner Brock? Do you want it to be the chairman? Does one of you want it? It just trying to schedule the meeting and...
Yeah, allow me to respond to this. I think, I entered into some of that. I may have misunderstood what the board had voted on. I thought we had directed Commissioner Brock to look at other funding sources. And when the meeting from the USDA came up, I didn't look at that as part of the process. I looked at it as, that's the USDA, that's who we've trying to do it with before. I think any meeting with the USDA, I personally feel that there's a lot more that can be said candidly with one commissioner there than with the crowd. And I know that might seem against the sunshine, but it isn't, because it eventually has to come back to the board. And in that way, at least, people can be pretty frank and let their hair down for the moment and address the issues as reality has it, instead of being out to a public forum. Get your ducks in order and then come back to the board with something that seems can move forward.
So can we just let Alan do that?
That's fine with me.
Okay. That's all right with everybody?
Yep. Okay.
We'll try and get that back to you, let you sort of workshop that before we workshop what we had planned to workshop.
One more item. Sorry. On September 9th, when you had your public hearing on your fire assessment, I wanted to just announce to the public that there was a hardship program included in that. And this is designed to assist residential property owners who meet the eligibility criteria with the financial burden that the imposition of that assessment may create. To be eligible to apply, they have to be a residential property owner of homesteaded property, and then meet certain income requirements, which I can name if you want me to. The criteria and the applications are on mywakulla.com, and the reason I wanted to announce this is that there is a deadline of October 1 to submit that application to the county administration. So
let's repeat that again.
Sure. The hardship program, go to mywakulla.com. It's for low-income homestead property owners. The income, this is all available on the website. I can read it out if it's the desire of the board. But I just wanted to give everyone the information that was out there. We can get it to you all. You guys can disseminate it as well.
And for folks that don't have computer access, how would they go about?
It's available in the administration building.
Okay, thank you.
I asked Jessica, and if the board doesn't object, I think we can do this. So maybe make sure we run an extra article about that, or even a press release to the paper, and help the paper run an extra article about that. Help raise awareness.
That's good. Okay, so county commissioner, county administrator. You don't want that promotion or demotion? Promotion. No? Okay. Okay, discussion items. I don't think anyone wants to discuss anything. Commissioner Watts? No? Commissioner Green? Commissioner Brock? Okay, we're called for a motion to adjourn. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Recycle.
Thank you.
Yeah, I felt terrible when I did that.
No worries. Got it worked out that way. That was like
Now, let me ask you this too. For the evaluation,